Howdy, 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 ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get started. Just going to go over the rules really quickly. Had some questions in the chat. Looks like we're going to be playing Race to 9. It's going to be 1 on the spot, 9 ball, rack your own, jump shots allowed, 3 foul rule, all that stuff's in place. Just making sure if people are ready, but yeah, probably get started within the next 5 minutes or so, so be ready. It's going to be fun. And one other thing, I believe they are possibly playing a second set tonight. Just depends on our timing. So we'll get you updated with that in a bit, but most likely we will see a second set. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get started here. Jeremy Jones in the house, in the building. It is time. I'm going to get ready to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get started. In the booth, we've got Mr. Jeremy Jones, the man, the myth, the legend.
Thanks, Christian. Sweet setup you have here.
Yeah, not too bad for just a lone little pool hall up in Seattle, right?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with not only the venue and the city itself, but the players.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Jeremy's been in town doing some lessons the past few days here in Seattle, right?
Yeah, a lot of them. I've loved it. A lot of talent here in the city, and I was in Seattle some 30 years ago almost or something like that.
Oh, wow.
For about 40 hours, and then had a family issue, so I had to drive home. But first time back since.
Nice. So, yeah, we're ready to get started here then. We got the first rack. Looks like Daniel to break off. I think they're using wooden rack, it looks like. Daniel and Cole Gibbons, two kind of top players here in the Northwest, up-and-coming players, both young guys. I know you had the pleasure of working with Daniel for a little bit, right?
Yeah, super impressed too. Super talented, tall guy. So, tall guys, when they're talented, seem to have the sweetest swings.
Mm-hmm. You can relate, I guess, too, right?
Yeah, but he's got a few inches on me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I would put him at about 6'4", probably, something like that. Now, it looks like Cole has just kind of settled for a position on the two to take a tough shot. Is makeable, though.
Ooh, watch out.
Yeah, and I like what he did there, just kind of simplifying it. Kind of was hard to scratch. No, he knew he made contact the 4 a little bit, but with the 3 pretty open, he put all the focus on making the 2, and I think that's pretty smart.
Yeah. It's going to have to stretch, though, on this one. I like the shot. It's only because I'm left-handed, though.
Yeah, right. Well, I wasn't thinking. I thought you were going to say, because, of course, here at Ox Billiards, they have, 4 or 5 6x12s?
Yeah, snooker tables? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I was thinking you were going to bring up how handy you are with the bridge. So forgot you were lefty.
The rest, yes, I might say, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. We got some folks in the chat. Hey, what's up, Ray?
Looks like he's got the extension, but he still may need the bridge as well.
Yeah, he's stretching over the balls pretty well.
And you'll see a player sometimes push it when they don't feel so great about, their game with the rest. Now, one thing when you're a little stretched, I never, ever tell people to put extra on the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that is the one time you can tell yourself maybe a hair extra because you're not quite in form.
Oh, okay.
You're not in
to get ready
in your strongest position, right? So you'll tend to be a little weaker through impact.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So maybe just tell yourself, yeah, just a little extra, which you did real well here.
Nice.
Now, Cole, I got here about 11:40 this morning, and he was arriving at the same time as me. So he's very prepared. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been shitting around all day, it seems like.
Okay, he's going to get a little thinner on this 5-ball than he wanted. And this is a tricky shot because even if you put inside, the side pocket's really a problem because you're a little more full on the shot than it appears.
And it's more the second one, right where his bridge is, right? That side pocket?
Yeah, I would go towards the 6. I may even run into the 6 here. I know that sounds crazy, but if you float into it, really hard for much to go wrong. And it's more natural on how to make the ball. Now, he hit it really sweet.
He zipped it with the inside. Yeah, it's almost like the natural line almost wouldn't scratch, I feel like. Almost.
Almost, maybe, yeah.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, but I was thinking maybe put a hair outside and just come one rail towards the 6 with a real open side of the table, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, things can go wrong, but sometimes you're at a point where you're sacrificing the shot versus trying to get really good shape.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Oof, sweet. That one had some spin on it too. That was kind of one of those practice strokes we were doing earlier, huh?
Yeah, and that's this is going to be a really nice out to open the match because you had to make a nice shot on the 1 and a good decision, just kind of laying up on the 2 and taking the shot. And anytime you can get through a couple tough ones, the first rack, you know, it does a lot. Now, are they playing winter break or alternate break, Christian?
I believe they are playing winter break for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice pause at the cue ball.
All right. So looks like a 1-0 lead, winter break. So I think they are using the triangle rack, it looks like. Or no, they're using the magic rack. Okay, so don't know. I think we missed maybe the first ball down in the first rack, but kind of automatic, you know, making that wing ball is typically the case when you have the magic rack with the one on the spot, right?
Yeah, definitely. The wing ball should be. It's almost the problem with the template is a lot of the players, they don't mind the template. This is the one thing they mind is with the one on the spot and the template. It's not about when you hit the rack good. Players get upset that players can hit the rack terribly and still make the wing ball. That's the real one that upsets players.
Yeah. It's kind of like a leveler, right? It's like there's less of a skill gap now. You don't have to work as hard. You make a mistake, oh well, it still comes out fine.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, in professional sports, but all sports really, you know, it should require some type of quality to get results. And when you can just hit it with anything and get results, that's not really too pure, right? So
yeah, it makes sense.
Well, you got to like this break.
Oh yeah, it's like what, 3 balls down, perfect on this 2 ball. I guess perfect would be going the other way up the table, but this is still pretty darn good.
Well, for considering after the break, this is about as perfect as it gets.
Yeah, 8 to the 9 is, yeah.
Now, I just draw 1 rail here myself out, back towards where the 2's at now. You can follow as well. You just got to get into position a little earlier with left English. See how he has a lot of left? So you want to really come out of the corner hard. That way you're not creeping on top of the 3 ball kind of. So
3 ball's not quite in a place that's going to be like makeable from everywhere to get nice on the 4. You kind of do really want to focus on that angle, right? A lot of players will kind of like leave the ball. Oh, the 3's makeable anywhere over here ish, and then you get really thin on it. And you're like, what the heck am I going to do now?
Yeah, and a good reminder that I tell people is when you're in a good position, right? That's when you stay aggressive with position. That's when you want to keep that good position. It's when you're out of position is we try to manage a little bit. Don't try to get everything back in one shot. Maybe work a little bit the next couple shots. But when you're in good position, that's what good position is there for, is to keep good position on the ball, right?
Yes,
Just
indeed.
a work ethic kind of thing, I think.
Yeah. Kind of discipline, level discipline.
Yeah, he got pretty straight here. This is always the tester when the next ball's across the table, like the 8. How much angle do you want to be able to move the ball but not really make the shot too difficult? I would try to draw back behind this somehow.
Yeah, draw back one rail because you're kind of going towards that 3 diamond, no?
Yeah, well, the thing is, cheat the pocket to where you're not drawing in the side and sacrifice a little more distance on the 7, I think. Now, I'm a big guy that says don't move the cue ball much, but this one here I think is okay. Oh, he stunned it.
Wow.
He cheated the pocket nicely.
Yeah, you heard that. You heard that kind of rattle on the way in. It was about as far as he could cheat it without missing it. That was nice.
Yeah, and he got really kind of perfect just for a little top inside. This is where you kind of float into position. Don't worry about getting there. You're going to get there.
Mm-hmm.
A little worried there off the end rail, but it goes from a little worried to pretty ideal.
Pretty perfect.
Yeah, so Cole, who made a nice out in the first game, you would say made a better break shot, an even better break shot.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's cleaning it up nicely.
Nicely done. Looks like both players pretty close in the Fargo department. So I'm sure we gonna get a good response from Daniel. Let's see.
Yeah, both tall guys, very athletic builds, which I think is where pool's going to end up going. I mean, you're always going to have different heights, but as the money gets better, you're going to see more athletes start to play the game.
Yes, indeed. Nicely done.
Yeah, after working with Daniel a little bit, of course, and watching Cole last night, he came in and practiced a little bit, and then watching him today when I could, you're going to see a little contrast in styles with the stroke a little bit.
Yeah.
But both deliver the cue pretty well through impact.
Yeah, from what I mean, if I were to take a stab at what their styles are, it's kind of like I think Daniel's a little bit more of a rhythm player. He kind of gets down in motion, in rhythm, and then shoots it down. Seems like Cole's a little bit more deliberate, takes his time,
Right.
Walks around the table, feels it out.
Yeah, and I think both strokes kind of reflect both of what you just said, where you'll see a hair more rhythmic swing. Of course, Daniel being a little taller and a little longer than Cole, that's usually the case, but a little more methodic. And you saw a real long pause at the cue ball from Cole on almost every shot, really. So he's really trying to make sure, he's pretty precise. Okay, so we'll probably see the first safety from Cole in this match.
4 in the 6 ball, a little funny.
A little bit of a stretch here and a little bit, kind of odd shot, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, he's right-handed. Sorry. I did it again.
Oh, yeah, thinking what would I do? Huh? And so he could run the cue ball, off the left side of the 1, run it 3 rails back to the end rail behind the 3.
Yeah, 3-9, yeah.
Just play the rail speed. Even if you give a piece, your opponent's got to come with one heck of a shot. Yeah, just like that. A little heavy, maybe. Oh, he's going the center, so even
Yeah,
better.
that's to 9, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a little harder target to get to than the 3.
Yeah, you got really close to that 5 ball on the way in.
And the 3.
And the 3,
Yeah, coming by. So, but that's a percentage play, especially with the 2 across the table.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even if there is a small angle, he has to come with a hell of a shot if he can see it.
Yeah. Ooh, is it going to bank?
Yeah, I think this is swish.
Wow. Little tap on the table from Daniel.
Okay, big shot here. I know it's a race to 9, but the table's breaking nice. Cole's obviously prepared.
Mm-hmm.
This type of shot can do wonders for Daniel, getting it down, getting out from there. Pretty hard shot to miss for him as long as he gets through the cue ball. Pocket's pretty big.
Nice speed. He's got a little bit funny on this 3, but that was a good shot.
Yeah, with the 5 near, unless he's...
Playing safe?
Yeah, I don't know. I would probably roll forward and take a little more shot to go past the side with the cue ball. I think that's available. Maybe not. If not, I would definitely draw back and play it in the corner and just kind of stun to the rail before the 7 and out for the little bit longer shot on the 5 in the corner. You talked about that 4-6 right when the rack opened.
Yes, that's true. It's going to be the weirdest part, I think, right?
I like this. I think he can get past the side from there. I really do, with a good stroke.
It's kind of just like pure stun, essentially, right?
No, I think this one he's got
actually.
to follow, just pure follow, actually.
Oh, okay, you're going forward.
Yeah,
Okay,
past the side.
Past the side
Now he'll show us with his tip position if he can't do that. Okay, he can't do that, so he's drawn past the side, I think.
Yeah, so he's staying. I mean, he wants to hit what, 0.5 diamond away from the side pocket to be ideal.
Yeah, exactly right. And remember, the angle moves you, so just stay sweet with the swing. Just like that. He got a little much into it.
Yeah, he got a lot,
but he also cut it to the right part of the pocket, so that usually costs you about a foot of cue ball.
Oh, really? That much? That much amount?
About a foot, usually,
wow.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That shows you how big that just like if you catch it thick to the pocket, it's usually
really slows you down a lot. Huh?
Yeah. Another big shot because it's a hair off angle. He's got to not force it if he's going to the rail, but he's got to hit it well.
Yeah, coming across one rail.
That's right. Sweet swing. Really, both
Zinged
these
it.
guys have really nice strokes. Yeah, and if you really get into that one-shot process, getting just this one in front of him, not getting ahead of himself, both these guys, whoa, that one almost got away a little bit.
He actually went
but he
away
really
from
didn't go through his process when he was down on the ball, just kind of shot it. So
Yeah, he kind of got down quick and went. This one, not so much. Yeah, that felt a lot more natural.
Yeah, that was good. So that's what you got to do. You got to take advantage when you get a roll, like with that kick bank on the 1.
Nicely done. So we got a little bit of run-out pool going on. I think Mike Littman from Littman Lights running the Northwest Cup, which sounds like you're going to be also at that event, right, from what I understand?
Yeah, that's right. You'll be there.
Yeah, I'll be hanging out. Ra Hanna also in the booth. I think I saw him in the chat earlier.
That's right.
He came by and said hi.
Kept that till the end because I'm going to be pretty tired. And I know Raw will just kind of like, make
Bring
sure I'm awake. Yeah, exactly.
Wake you up a bit. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, I think so. We're kind of going similar rules, I think, to that event is kind of my understanding. They're going to use the template, the one on the spot, since it is kind of an amateur event. Oh, watch out, cue ball.
Okay, so that's another thing with the template. Okay, sometimes the template can make you get, I never want to really use the word lazy, but make you not really pay attention on the break because you know you can hit it a lot of ways and make the corner ball.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was kind of like, oh, let me open the rack instead of really getting into the break shot.
Because he actually came across that, right? He hit the top side of the
Yeah,
break
we talked
a
about
bit.
that actually.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, well, he's a right-handed player, left-eye dominant. I see that common thing happen sometimes, but that's mainly from getting a little quick from the top.
Gotcha.
Trying to take off the swing a little early. Big cut shot here if he's going for it.
Went for it. Ooh. Is he going to get lucky?
I don't think so.
Nope, I think it's there. We got Ra in the chat saying, let's go, let's go. Ed Slade, Team Washington captain. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
And of course, thanks to y'all, you and Michael and Jamie having me here, and of course Mike Littman, who kind of got it started. As far as this time, you're the one who originally got it started.
That's
about
true.
Coming up, right? So
we talked a little while back. Yeah.
Yeah, in Vegas, but looking forward to Portland, and thanks to everyone that has been so kind so far.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming out. That's for sure.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Really nice room here at Ox Billiards. I don't know if he has a worry of the cue ball. Pretty open path to come down between the 4-5. The 9's not too much of a worry unless you catch the one thick.
Ooh, he hit it pretty. Felt almost rushed a little bit the stroke. No, it's kind of.
Well, he has a little quicker tempo overall.
Okay.
So we talk about it all the time. When nerves get a little up, everyone gets a little quicker. Even the people that are smooth. So if you're nearing that border already a hair of a quicker tempo, it can kind of get a little too quick on you. And
it was kind of a big shot, too, because I was going to let him maybe get an opening in this rack. But nice defense from Daniel.
And it would appear that, with these two guys especially, that the break's going to show up. Meaning guys are going to run some racks in this race to 9 most likely.
Oh, yeah.
So these games are huge. Okay, this is the type of kick shot that, I don't really try to hit a side. Not a real big ball. You can't come from behind too much. Try and feel hitting it solid. Hopefully you come across the one and the cue ball goes towards the end rail. That's what you're hoping. I guess you could hit it hard. I wouldn't, just medium. Oh, you got a double kiss.
Did it tie anything up, though? No, I don't think that everything still goes.
Yeah, he's got to make a decision here. With his good stroke, I probably don't go forward and take a chance. I probably draw to the rail and back out.
Looks like he's
is the
going
4,
around the
the
balls?
5 not? Oh, yeah, the camera was fooling us. He got through that pretty easy.
Yeah, that was good, yeah.
I thought that angle was taking him more towards the 5 and the 8.
He might have had a smidge of inside, but it was definitely not that much. Yeah, definitely. You already see Daniel's already taken 2 shots. In the time it took Cole to take maybe 1/3 of a shot. Oh. Uncharacteristic miss there. I don't know what it was. He kind of got up a little bit.
Yeah.
Got up and down, and then he didn't really quite like it. At first, you can kind of tell, and then he's kind of decided to shoot anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, and of course he shouldn't have missed that ball, right? I mean, he'll tell you the same, but going back to what we talked about, keep an aggressive position, like good position. He had a cupcake on the 2, and he could have used a little more angle on the 3, right?
True.
So go look to say, hey, man, what's premium when I can get premium?
And he kind of, that was probably the quickest that he got down and took a shot. Was that 2 ball, right?
Right. All right, he's got to threaten the corner a little bit, but I think he's okay.
A little thick. We got some folks in the chat. Aquaman, hi from Wisconsin. Stacy Medina, howdy from the Northwest. How's it going? It's pretty nice on this 4 ball.
Yeah, you can get below it a hair. I'd probably stay above it myself. You can do either, whichever. You got kind of straight, just a drawback. That's fine as well. That's maybe even better.
Is it going to get out into the middle of the table somewhere?
I think so. This is where no side spin, just straight draw. That way it doesn't get away from you coming off that rail when you come back with draw.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good.
This angle, you can almost pick which side you want to go on the 8, right?
Yeah.
You really want to go to the right side, I guess.
Yeah. You don't want to flirt, like what's it want to do?
Yeah, it wants to go.
It wants to go across.
Mm-hmm.
This is the type of shot, because you got to get into it with draw, that you can end up getting kind of straight and on the rail, which could end up being a problem. Looks like he's trying to stay very high of the 8, which is smart. Yeah, just like that. That way, if you do fall near the rail, you still have plenty of angle.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, we choose to go on the right side of it. Speed is pretty pristine, though.
Yeah, I like the one rail, and again, it kind of wanted to go that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's always helping, not only with your speed control, but also actually pocketing the ball.
Mm-hmm. Bang, bang. Another one down.
Yeah, back to a 2-game lead.
So actually, yeah, I think the break is going to be really important because it is winter break with that template, like you said. So
Yeah,
about as advantageous as it could be, I guess, right?
Absolutely. That's one thing. If you stay positive, you can make up for mistakes quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of a couple side views here. Got some folks in the room hanging out, watching. So yeah, exciting stuff. So you got a couple more lessons tomorrow,
Yeah.
right? And then you're gonna be heading over to Portland, do some lessons down there, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a couple Wednesday evening when I get in, and then pretty busy Thursday, Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I think 4 each day. I think kind of like I was here for the first few days, and then on to the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Sweating the Don't get me wrong, I love the lessons though. I love teaching. So you sweated it a little bit.
Of course.
I get into it maybe too much, but.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, how did Jeremy go? Well, he was given a pool lesson one day, and that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he can do a couple things here. Use the 2 very easily. Just kind of mildly bank the 1 towards the 4. And this is where you don't come up onto the 2. You just lay behind it for the full eclipse.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Recently, in my game, I've learned a lot more. The object ball becomes a lot more important on safeties than you might think, right? I feel like a lot of players tend to just focus. Cue ball's got to get behind something perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
And really, as long as you get it on, like the 2 diamond on the far short rail, you're almost always safe, right? No matter what happens.
Yeah, and it really comes with, okay, he was a little maybe too thin to bank that ball up. I thought he could bank it full and go through the ball.
To
behind it. And that way you're guarding a little both, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
It's all about assessing the shot.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it agrees where you can really do both. But the thing is, you got to say, okay, I'm doing a really good 60% cue ball, and I'm getting 40% out of the object ball.
Kind of like this one right here.
Yeah, exactly, right? You may not get the snooker, but you're doing a couple things to where it gives you some protection.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then you got to decide sometimes when I got to ignore the object ball and play just all cue ball.
Yeah.
Just because it's that touchy.
Yeah, that's almost as inevitable, right? But I feel like that's not the only safety you can make.
No, absolutely not. That's why we call them, some of them, soft safeties. Because we know we're not getting ball in hand, right? But we're still containing.
He's got a window, it looks like.
Yeah, he's had a few of these thin cut shots.
No, it looks like he only had the full ball or something.
Maybe just didn't want to shoot at it, didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is funny. A little bit. Depends on how comfortable you are. You can do a few different things. You know, you could go rail first here, clip the 1, bleed the cue ball over behind the 4. That's a possibility. You got to kind of know the shot a little bit, though.
Mm-hmm.
You can come across the 1, but, you know, without elevating, you can't really get the cue ball anywhere. See how he's trying to elevate? Yeah, this is an odd little shot. You could cut the 1 on the 6, try to come across behind the 4-8. You just have to be accurate.
Yep.
That's all. You have to hit the 6 pretty full.
Keep it in that area behind the 9.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why I said rail first might be the ticket. Hey, this ain't bad. This is about your object ball thing.
He's going to creep up, yeah.
But he's trying to use the best percentage he had, right? Mm-hmm. And trying to creep up behind the 9. Pretty nifty, really.
Yeah.
That's that part Filipino, I think, in Daniel right there.
Yeah. He's half Filipino. Shout out to Junior Sardoncillo out there if you're watching.
All right, if he edges it, it looks like natural. Oh, is he banking at it? I think he's edging going behind the 9. Oh, he's a little thick.
Yeah, a little bit thick. Gonna get away with it, kind of, though.
Yeah, moving that 9, he's made it pretty bare to play safe.
Mm-hmm. He might just not like his next shot is the only thing.
Yeah, I don't know where to go, though. Do you edge the 1 and run 3 rails behind the 7 and all that? This is a tough, touchy little shot.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the top edge. I guess if he was higher on the 1, it could be easier to play safe behind. But yeah, you're doing your shot.
Yeah. I might have thought about really running it thinly all the way up. Maybe because there was a lot of blockers there, believe it or not. So I don't know, maybe not. But the problem is you're usually going to get snookered from this spot.
Yeah, typically.
But you see how the 3's on the rail, the 7's on the rail, the 6's on the rail. Those aren't snooker balls usually.
No.
Those aren't balls you can really, contain your man behind very often.
Nothing to hide behind, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I might chip the 1 up the rail, trying to just come 1 rail over and use the pink 4.
Okay.
Not something you do very often.
It looks like he's trying to chip the 1 off of the 3 and keep it down in the bottom edge of the table. He's seen that line looks like. Or I think he's actually going the other way, yeah, like you said. Hit it up table and play behind the 4.
That's okay.
It's got like a backboard kind of with the 3.
He's just trying to bleed the cue ball up the table, I think. Oh, he played it thin.
Super thin.
Yeah.
Nice.
The thing about the bare ball here is when you got to recognize the 3, the 4, the 8, and all that. Because if you're not getting the snooker a lot of times, it'll get you up behind one of those balls.
Trying to get behind them.
Really good. Whether it gets there or not. Yeah, but still pretty good overall.
I think there might be a line. It's hard to tell based on our angle.
I think he can definitely see it. These guys are battling, right? Not trying to give up an inch.
First good safety battle, too, of the match. It's looking spicy. Ooh, caught the 2 ball. Uh-oh.
Got a little jacked up. And this is where you see if a thin cut on the 2 on the side is okay to easily just come across a little bit and get the shot on the 3.
Yeah, he's looking at it right there. I think he's going to take it, yeah.
Well, it just kind of simplifies the 1 a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. You really just got to make it with a good smooth speed, smooth stroke. Zinged it in. Wow. I guess he had a lot more angle. He didn't want to go forward.
Yeah, well, it's a funny shot when you have angle and you're elevated top English, you can't really make the ball go through as much because you're hitting down on the ball when you're jacked up.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's an odd shot to try and go forward with just that little bit of an angle off of it. It wants to kind of ricochet off the object ball more than go through it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is still tricky.
You just follow this, take the thin and the 4 on the side?
Yeah,
That's
but
the
look
7?
where the 6 is at to get on the 7. I
Kinda-
know, again, this sounds crazy, but look at the center of the table. It's very bare. I might kind of soft draw into the pink. Nothing wrong with just bumping the pink a little
bump it
bit.
up?
Yeah,
Okay.
and, you know, sometimes it makes sense to run into the ball, unless he wants to go 3 rails off of this ball for the 4 in the corner.
Yeah, but that 6 ball is kind of big for that, right?
Yeah, and I don't like the 4 in the side so much. I really like it. Like I said, I guarantee you, I think Efren draws into the 4 and
Draws
bumps
in
it.
and bumps it?
Yeah, there's hardly anything go wrong. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
You're not knocking
You're not
it
getting
away.
behind the 8 or anything.
Yeah, just
There
like
you go.
that.
Nicely done.
Yeah, because look what can go wrong from there, man. And look how simple the shot was.
Yeah.
And on
Made
the
things a lot
3,
easier.
yeah, exactly. Because this is about at 3-1, Daniel getting the shot on the 6. Not necessarily perfect on the 6, but definitely getting the shot on the 6.
Looks like it's going up and down. Now 7. If he gets straight on it, it goes up in the corner.
Yeah, that's definitely the shot. Just come across. The 8's near. He was going for the easier shot.
It's going to clear, it looks like. Yep.
Yeah, sweet stroke. And I think a big game for Daniel in this set early. This may get a little off. Did he get far enough to draw easily? I guess he did.
Another one down. Nice job. 3-2. So one thing I noticed in the last break from Cole is he was actually putting a little bit more cut on the ball, and I saw a lot of left spin breaking from that. I guess from our perspective, right side of the table. I think he was going for that kind of cut break and push the 1 up to the opposite corner pocket. Maybe, I don't know. I
Yeah.
feel like that's the team seems to be the tendency. At least I've noticed when I play league and stuff like that sometimes.
Well, generally, if you break from the right, if you're going to use any side spin on a cut break, it's generally outside spin. The same side of the table you're on, it'd be right spin.
It'd be right spin. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's a real awkward hit to hit inside English, essentially.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You know what I mean?
So I'm saying, so if you're breaking on the left side of the table, you're putting left spin.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what he was
Okay,
trying to do.
yeah.
Yeah, kind of like this.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
put a little right
That's-
from the right side of the table.
Exactly.
and that
That's
one-
more natural. Yeah.
That one dressed up real nice.
It's kind of like you're cutting the one to the left, right?
Yeah,
What's the
exactly.
natural way to cut the one to the left? Put right spin.
Put right spin, yep.
Exactly. Okay, this sits up nice. He's close to it. This first shot really kind of tells the story here in rack 6.
Oof. Just had to miss that 8 ball, and I think it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Little shallow.
Well, this is up to you. You can come 1 rail cross between the 7-8, meaning take the 7-8 out of the equation, moving the ball, or you go the rail and lay up with distance from the 3 between the 7-8.
Between 7 8,
it's
yeah. It's a little bit tighter window to get that involved, right?
Pretty sure. It's funny. Filler probably lays up. A lot of other pros probably go ahead and draw the ball over and in between.
Yeah, he likes to lay up. Oh, missed the shot, though. He's a
Yeah.
little worried about that, I think.
I liked his decision. Sometimes when you lay up on a shot, you get a little guidey with the swing because we're only going to a point, but you got to understand the swing kind of still gets you there.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like we're going to not have many more mistakes here. It's kind of like, it happens early, but
Especially as it gets tighter, I think they're going to be tightening up the game.
yeah, tricky little shot here.
He's looking at the natural. Natural looks like it runs into the 7. Maybe gets to the 3. It's pretty awfully thin.
It's a pretty thin cut shot, but the kind of front view is fooling us a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's much more playable if we look at this camera angle here. Just make sure you get through the ball.
Hit it clean. Yeah, he got off to the 3.
Yeah, he's going to get unlucky here that the 8 maybe covered up the side pocket.
Yeah.
And even more awkward that he can't just push the 3 by the 8 and go up on the 8 with the cue ball. So this is going to be a funny safety.
Yeah, that line just past the 8. Where's the cue ball going to end up?
Well, he's got to draw it, I think, unless he's I think he's double banking this ball is what I thought. Maybe trying to come one rail behind the 5 to kind of cross corner the 1. Just hold the cue ball on the side rail. No, he drew it. That's the one you were talking about. Let's get the ball to the end rail.
Yeah, basically.
Pretty nice shot.
And then it's kind of like snookers are bonus. You know, they're kind of like cherry on top type thing, right?
Well, look, I mean, he had from about 8 inches over the 9 gets him, right? All the way to where the 3's at. So like the 7 and 9 are kind of toggled, right?
Yeah,
where it gives you a ton of room to put the 3 ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit of an unforced error there, catching the 6. It's not a hard kick shot.
Yeah, you have to wonder maybe he was overthinking it, trying to clip it a certain way or something. I don't know. It was pretty straightforward. At least to hit it really full and kind of get some natural separation, I feel like.
Yeah, and you know, I've done this a little more lately when I play, just because don't play as often, don't practice, just don't have time, right? But so the focus isn't quite as there, and sometimes I find myself like getting down on a kick shot, and I kick at the ball pretty well overall. And I'll say, man, you're going to hit the ball right in front of you, like kind of on a rail, kind of like how that happens. So it doesn't take much to kind of, lose focus a little.
Mm-hmm. Now I've done this a billion times where I get ball in hand on this ball and I just don't give myself enough angle and just lay up right behind that 9 ball.
Yeah, or get a little short of ideal.
Yeah. He's looking pretty good on this one, though.
Okay, the way he plays, I'm kind of feeling like he's going to come one rail across. That's what I was going to say. He's going to not drop below the 9. Because when you drop below the 9, you really got to have a good speed to lay on the end rail. Now, sometimes it makes it necessary to get position on a tough 7 ball somewhere. But this 7 isn't tough at all. Now it looks like he's going around the 9. Oh no, one rail over.
One rail.
Yeah. I kind of felt, well, not knowing Cole, he's played position, let me get to the quickest possible place. Kind of like, pretty like minimal with the cue balls.
Economy
what I've seen.
cue ball type
exactly,
thing.
yeah.
Now this one, 2 rails forward, a little bit inside.
Yeah, and if you wanted to come for the side pocket, it's not the worst thing because the 8's very handy.
Yeah, a stop shot on the 7 is nice from that side.
Yeah, and everyone says don't cross the line, but or don't be coming in across the line, right? But sometimes, you just got to say, let me just use a little talent here. I shouldn't let this get away from me,
Well, you can even play into if you're playing, you could play deliberately for the side if you put enough side on it.
It'll get there. This, right? Yeah, you could draw 2 rails underneath for the 7 in the corner. That goes at the 7 as well. A
little bit better line. Ooh.
He tried to play for the corner, and he did really well.
Nice shot.
Now, by the way he hit that and the amount of time he took on it, tells me he was a little straighter on that 6 than we thought.
Just makes it that extra little bit of trickiness where people tend to just a little bit too much cheat to the pocket, and you never know what'll happen. Now you kind of have to cross line on this one unless you're going around the 8, right?
Yeah, but again, how hard is it? Yeah. You know what I mean? You're just going forward a little bit. Well,
Ooh, stun run through, huh?
yeah, that one could have gotten a little tricky on him, meaning he could have got kind of flat and straight. Surprised he just either didn't stay above it a little more and take a little more cut, or just kind of rolled the 7 in. But, these guys are at the table, so they know all those little angles better than we do.
Yeah, you can see it a lot better.
This is going to get a little on top, and
Yep.
this is the one you can hit thick because, again, you're stretched. And if you get a little quick, notice how there's little space between the cue ball and the object ball. So if you get a little quick, it slides away. It'll grab that ball and carry it into the end rail. And also that kind of goes with Cole. It doesn't seem like he wants to put side spin on the ball very often unless he feels like it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah. That is the tendency.
Or, like when we get close to a ball, even closer than this one, we're on top of it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know how we kind of inherently cut the ball to the top part of the pocket?
Yeah.
Because we feel the drag is going to happen.
Yeah, we think the drag's going to happen. That you're aiming basically at that part of the pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you've taught yourself kind of to do over time, right?
Right, absolutely. And the reason why that happens is when you're close to it, the cue ball doesn't have time to create spin revolutions. No matter how you try, it's gonna slide into the ball.
Yeah, just because you have to hit it at that speed to even get it there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It looks like he's aiming plenty thin enough.
Maybe he has a touch of inside,
It looks like it.
just to avoid maybe any scratches up table.
Oh, wow,
no.
it's still scratched. Wow.
Now, I guess that's what you call commentator curse.
Yeah, right. Well, it did. I mean, once you said it, it made
Mhm.
perfect sense.
Wow. Well, big shot there, actually, because that puts Daniel back tied up versus 4-2 and breaking.
Yeah, and talk about things that players can remember. Not easily forgotten. A missed 9 ball or scratch on the 9, and maybe just the position play to the 9 is the one that hurts the most.
Yeah, really. Again, that was the main mistake, I guess you could say. Almost was able to recover, but
Yeah. Well, Cole, of course, obviously, way more than I do. I just met him yesterday, but he seems like the type that can handle a mistake and get on with it.
oh, for sure. Yeah, I think both players are kind of like that. I've seen more of Daniel's play. Daniel's actually sponsored by us as a player in the area, and so we've seen him play a lot more. He's had some good exchanges with James DeVee in the past, who's another Team Washington player. I think he's got a little bit higher Fargo rate. But those two, man, they've gone at it and stuff, and you can tell sometimes Daniel's getting a little bit upset with himself based on how he's playing and stuff. But I feel like I never see that from Cole. He's always kind of like smooth, same kind of monotone emotions wise, like not showing too much, kind of like an Albin. You can think of it before Albin gets too upset, kind of,
Yeah.
that kind of style.
Well, this is what I think about it anyways, or I don't think there's anything wrong with getting a little upset about it.
Yeah.
As long as you can get upset about it and then leave it behind. I really don't think that's a bad thing overall. I've been around a lot of athletes in different times and different sports, and I can tell the difference in one that gets upset and then gets on with it, and one that it really lingers.
Yeah. I mean, there's a power to kind of leveraging your emotions for good, right? Some people let it get away from them, but some people can actually do really well to leverage it in both the positive and the negative.
Yeah, Arnold Palmer, he used to say, when I didn't like it, I would cuss myself for about 10 seconds, and then I was done with it.
And that's all I got, yeah.
But he did like letting it out, though. That's what he expressed. So
that's the release. Big shot.
Great shot there. I thought he made it.
But
great cue ball.
The cue ball, yeah.
Yeah, and he really twisted that. That's more of that flat ball me and you were talking about.
Yeah,
that really can manipulate the bank there.
Stiff up the bank. Yeah. He actually, I think, got it kind of fortunate, because if he ends up anywhere besides rattling that ball on the way to the pocket, he might actually have left the 1 ball up table. At least left to look at it. Who knows?
Yeah, it may have come back down. You mean?
Yeah.
But that's part of it. You know,
Yeah.
you take the gamble on trying to make it because that's a big reward. But he played a great cue ball.
Yeah. Ooh, good hit off
He's
the edge.
not going to mind this, I don't think. Well,
Ooh, 9
the
ball.
speed, no, it's going to give up a little bit of a shot, I think.
Yeah. Got to move the template, but
I like him playing the passive kind of kick because I think the 2's a little funny. Meaning, you don't have to be able to get perfect shape, and I don't even know if it plays.
I think. Is there a.
Well, he's
A
going
bank
with a high
possibility?
ball. Yeah, that means he's not going offensive if he's shooting high.
Yeah. Must be just enough of the 9 in the way.
Can he run the cue ball off his left side of the one back up table behind them balls? There's those 3 balls up the table, the 2, 4, and 5. You know what I mean? Like a billiard shot, 3 cushion billiard shot.
What about
like
a cross
that.
bank? Yeah.
But see, just run the ball, right? Just let the ball keep running up there. Don't try to make the one.
Don't try to make the one, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's okay now, unless it doesn't go. Ooh. Yeah, I was going to say, is he going to play it off the 5? Now, the way that this lays, it looks like to me, if he tries to play like a position with the cue ball, he'll miss the 2. It'll hit the top point on the top rail. But if he goes ahead and pumps it in, it looks like a hanger. Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
Great.
perfect.
Yeah.
Just had to punch it to get that effect off of the 5, right? Because the 5 was just a bit enough away from the pocket that it made it a little funny, right?
Yeah. Well, he was always going to draw it. So that's going to put a little follow on that, right? So you need to punch a little bit more instead of draw.
Get that tangent line effect, right?
A little more ricochet on that ball off the other instead of letting it go through that ball much. Pretty savvy vet here, this Cole.
Yeah.
He's going to have to make a nice shot on the 5 because I don't think he can get very close to it. And again, a lot of work with the 6 on the same side, opposite side of the table as the 7. So these are big time confidence boosters, though, if you get out from here.
Oof, rattled it home.
Yeah, pretty clean. I mean, maybe not 100% perfect, but he gained a little bit of an angle.
Yeah, I think it's just enough.
Yeah, and this is where you make a decision. You know, the natural says, I'm going to come 2 rails a little past the head spot and take a little cut on the 7. That's kind of what the shot agrees with.
Yeah, just a high ball.
Yeah,
Nice
maybe
and
a
easy.
hair right.
Maybe
That's
a hair,
okay.
yeah,
That's okay. But if you try to get straight, I think you're threatening a miss here.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
That's
You
where
try
it
to get
was.
more, yeah. And more means closer to the 7 as well.
Yeah, true.
We can all take a little page out of Filler's book. He comes like 2 rails to the other spot, just takes the shot.
Takes the long shot, wherever it is, right?
Well, I mean, if you put the cue ball in the opposite spot, Christian, I played with you. You're a big favorite to make that 7.
Yeah.
If you understand it.
Yeah, if you understand how it works.
If you can separate what you're feeling versus what is actually going to really happen or true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I want to get closer. A lot more about what needed versus what you want.
Exactly. Makes a lot of sense.
That goes back to
Just
what we
like
were
that.
talking about, when you have really good position, go ahead and get close to that 7. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but we don't have it.
Yeah, let's work a little harder on the next, right? Daniel's first lead, maybe.
Nice cue ball. Well done. First lead of the match. I believe both players rumored to possibly be doing a second set afterwards. I don't know if you'll be joining us for that or not, but I think it sounds like they want to do it regardless. So depends. I think with the one on the spot break, you know, more balls going in, the racks tend to go a little bit quicker, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll be here. Don't worry. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I didn't sleep very well last night. I slept like a baby the first 2 nights here in Seattle. I was like, well, yeah, I finally found home.
Yeah.
But not true. I got a great place back home. That's for sure. I'm a lucky guy, yeah.
At least you only got to walk, you know, a couple blocks up the road, right, to get there.
No, I would rather that. Now, I don't want to walk 2 miles or nothing every day, to get to work or whatever, right? But a nice little walk.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I love it.
It's perfect. Ooh, cue ball. Oh, he's all right.
Well, this is going to be similar, a little on top of the one.
Yeah, I think both players are trying to do that cut break with that outside spin, it looks like.
Yeah, and I wonder what he goes with here. You know, a lot of times when you're close to the one, this is where you entertain other safeties instead of just getting down and shooting.
Yeah,
because when you're close, you can shave the one and really run the ball accurately, meaning the one will only go over behind the pink. You know, you can do other things.
You got all those flavors, yeah.
Yeah. And nothing wrong with that at all. No. But just saying, when you're close, remember the options kind of open up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. He's actually got the full ball on this one.
Okay, this is where you kick, and you got to understand that with a high ball, even with the one that far up, as long as you're not afraid to put a little pace, you can hit a high ball, and it'll kind of stun over behind the 6-8, the cue ball, like a draw almost.
Because it turns into draw, right? Assuming you get it off the rail enough.
As long as you don't baby it too much, you don't want to go blast off, but, Now, he's going to try and get some 9-ball movement, it looked like, which is okay as well.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, 9-ball. Up tracking by the 3. Not quite. Made it just fun enough, though, I think. Ooh, it's got actually, I think, a natural carom right off of that.
Yeah, the 3-9's pretty easy. So this one ball is really the shot. It does go by the 9. It's got a big pocket to the upper left as well. And the only reason I say a big pocket, not talking about the table, but the type of shot. Because you don't have to hit it very hard. You're not going to baby it, of course, but it'll slide a little bit.
Yeah.
So you got the open pocket, kind of from the center of the table to by the 9, or you got the kind of shallow pocket, but the ball slides in more.
Yeah, he's looking. I think he's taking your first shot. Now, I've done this shot before where I actually don't get enough draw on this ball and scratch it in the side pocket off the one.
Well, he doesn't want the angle on the 2 where he's going into the 3-9. So he's trying to stun one rail up there near the 7. Oh, you overcut it a lot, yeah. And he was really focusing on the cue ball. That's what got away from him, I think.
Yeah, because he's perfect on this too.
Well, one thing or a couple things. He snookered him and he tore away a 3-9.
Yeah, this 1-3 doesn't quite lay dead, though, is the thing, right?
Yeah, that's a tough hit. I mean, he's got a swerve around the 7. Or I would jump kick maybe here.
Jump kick at it?
Maybe, because
if you hit it full enough, you could make the 3.
Well, you need speed here. This isn't unless you're just going to try and lay on the 1, which is very difficult because you got to swerve the ball. Like, you got to jack the cue up a lot, so it's hard to control the speed when you have to do that.
What would Efren do, huh? Jack up and do it, just like you said.
Maybe.
There is a 6-8. There's a 6-8 tie up, though. You could also do that. Tie up the 6-8 because as long as you put the 8 on top of it, it takes away that cut angle.
Yeah.
Kind of looking at the 3-railer even.
He's going 4.
4? Oh, yeah, 4 right before the 1. Yeah.
The last one wants to spread a lot. So he's definitely not. He's trying to lay on top of it 4 rails.
Yeah.
He's not trying to hit it hard, I don't think.
Go around
He did go pretty hard. Good try.
Barely missed it, yeah. Not sure if slower would have changed it, right? Because they tends to correct around the rails either way. If you hit it hard or soft, right? It would have been pretty similar.
It's close, yeah. The stroke, the spin takes a little less, but you push with top English a little more, so.
Okay.
It's kind of like deflection we were talking about the other day when people think the ball deflects so much more when you're out with the tip. Well, if you do it right, it doesn't really deflect a whole lot more because you don't get as much tip on the cue ball.
Yeah, true. Because there's less of it there.
Yeah,
exactly.
So less mass. Yeah, that was a good way to play that.
Yeah.
I was thinking on how he might play that.
It's getting down quick now.
Well, he and I worked together, and I knew he had this match. So I was a little shocked that he was getting a lesson prior to it, to be honest with you. I took it as a compliment. But anyways, he told me, hey, we're going to work on this. We're going to work hard. I'm videoing this, so I'm going to try and leave it behind until this match is over, and then I'll go back and again work on what we worked on. So
Makes
smart
sense.
kid.
Yeah.
Has he got to rub the 9 just barely here? No, he can get by it.
Get by it, yeah.
So this is where you want to add a hair right spin, or at least get that angle a little bit.
That looks good. Not too bad.
Not bad. May draw back for the side. Yeah, that's where he needs to be clear cut. No in the middle ground on what he wants to do. Yeah, that's smart.
There's that Josh Filler instinct you talked about earlier.
Well,
take that longer.
Yeah, because look, if you stop your ball on the 7, how bad's the 8? So I wouldn't even try to get the angle on the 7 to come over myself. I think that's asking more, right? So, all right, the thing is, he missed a 3 ball earlier on that stun.
That similar shot, yeah.
Okay, he tried to stun follow. Big shot here.
Yeah, got a little far, but this was his choice. So,
well, this is the thing. From this distance, you got to go to the rail. You can't just try to hold your ball. If you're up closer to it, you can hold your ball in this angle pretty easily. But forward's not an option with the 9 there. So he's got to draw to the rail and back out. This is a lot of what we worked on here, just understanding that speed will be there. Stick to that rhythm. Yeah, he really simplified it, but
well, he's gonna have to come up with another one right here. Pretty similar, actually, right?
yeah, and he's got a really pure stroke. So when you have a pure stroke, don't be afraid of just straight top English here. And understanding you're going to coast one rail, maybe catch the side rail a little, little past the spot area and take the shot. Because you have to put a little more speed on this to draw to get over than you do with follow. Yeah, that was pretty sweet. Hit that
perfect.
well.
Perfect in the speed and everything.
Well, he got the most out of the cue ball, too.
Yeah. As that concept talked about, yeah, he really hit it. Probably no side spin, but you saw that cue ball do a little bit of turn revolution. Uh-oh. Ouch.
Yeah, I kind of wonder why it was a little bit like he jacked up on the rail a little bit. He had a closed bridge on top of the rail a little, like he really wanted to fire the ball in. Which I ain't gonna lie, I watched the pros, and a lot of them hit the 9 a lot harder than I would. Don't get me wrong, I don't baby it, but I see a lot of the Euros, they really smack that 9 ball in.
Is
this touchy at all?
Might be a little bit. I mean, he's taking his time as usual, though. Good cue ball. All right, so it's got to shake it off, it looks like, and keep it going. So you weren't here at a previous tournament, but I think it reminded me of a shot that Daniel missed against James DeVee in the final of one of our tournaments here. They were doing also like a race to, I think it was race to 11 actually, and a pretty similar shot, I think, kind of on the rail by that side pocket, bridging on top of it. And this was, I think, Daniel to come back to make it even, maybe a hill next break, and he was, on break and run, on alternate breaks, break and running, etc. And he just missed that dogged that 9 ball, and that was the one that kind of separated the match at the end. So maybe a little reminiscence of that, I don't know, but shake it off. keep it rolling.
Yeah, and what I saw was a guy the last 3 shots before the 9 really, settle himself, calm himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Try and figure out what's proper in this position to do, and then execute. And so I wouldn't say really it was so much like dogging the 9 is what I felt anyway.
Yeah.
Just kind of felt like didn't maybe go through that process a little bit like he did with the other shots. That's all.
It almost like okay, the hard work was done. Now we're here, but now you gotta.
Well, I think it was you and I that were talking about how 9s are missed and different things last night. Where how good players always seem to go the end rail with the cue ball because that's like playing position, so everything gets better and detailed. They go through their process even though there is no shape to be played.
Yeah, pretty much. It's that mental aspect. Don't treat it like a different ball just because it's the 9 or the 8, right?
Yeah. Well, you just don't want to have any chink in the armor, especially because it's up to you. I mean, you have the choice not to do that, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Triple G in the chat saying what's in the middle. I'm not sure exactly. I think you got to ask them.
All right, touchy shot here. He's got to have a good pace. Can handle a little angle on the 3, but not much. Oh, you decided to go.
Oh, is he going to have enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he was trying to go into the 3 there. That would have been kind of an odd way to try and get position, 3 rails back and forth.
Yeah.
So maybe he was trying to go into the 4 or into the 3 with the cue ball. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of use it as a stopper or at least break it open.
Yeah, I'd bury him behind the 6 here. Just slowly bank the 3 across above the 8. It lays perfect. Yeah, this angle shows so natural just to come up behind the 6. Oh, he's going for the bank. He's shooting. Can't blame him there. Oh, well, you played that one. That's okay.
Playing behind the 9.
May have given up a sliver of 3.
It's actually an okay side, though, because his 4 balls were definitely in the way of the... Yeah, it might actually cross bank, though. Cross side, maybe?
Yeah. This is where I would, if I don't have anything else, he might be able to see this to be able to bank it away twice. I don't know. I might just come across the right and put him in the upper left-hand corner, let the 3 just kind of roam across a little above the 8.
Okay.
Meaning make him earn it.
Make him earn
If
along.
there's no real good safety, you got to make him earn it.
And the 4's on the rail anyway, right?
Exactly. If the 4's over the hole somewhere, not that good a shot. But he's got to not only get a shot, but he's got to make a shot to get across for the 4.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's a one-pocket shot as well. Pretty comfortable with with that type of shot. It should be a little thick hit with a little right spin. That'll throw the 3 back above. That's the one I thought he had.
Nice.
Super nice shot.
All right, I gotta say one thing though. You make the commentary sometime when I'm watching you on the other live streams, and you talk about cross corner shots, cross sides. Feels to me like you always call them everything's a cross. I don't know. Well, now what do you consider a cross corner?
Well,
bank,
when you're a
for
bank
example?
pull player, right?
Mm-hmm.
You announce the bank cross corner, cross side. You know, like what you're shooting, exactly.
Okay.
And then the type of banks are different. A cross bank is something that the cue ball crosses over.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So you're using the first one when you're talking about that.
Yeah.
Not the second one.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. All
yeah,
right.
like if me and you were gambling at banks, I wouldn't announce that I'm crossing the ball. I would just say cross side is the ball I'm playing or the pocket I'm playing.
The pocket.
Exactly, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting. I've always wondered that.
Well, we're from, our part of the country play maybe a little more banks than this part of the country.
Yeah.
Super nice hit there, and exactly how you're supposed to play it. Okay, he's just got to roll it in and take the shot on the 4 in the upper corner.
Yeah. It's naturally going away from the 4, but still, you just got to take your medicine.
Yeah, not much, though. This is where you don't baby it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Be pure with the stroke. It'll go through the 3 more than you think. Oh, he's drawing it. Yeah, you got to level out here, I think, really. But you're making the pocket, or let's say the percentages. Well, maybe there's too much angle to level out. Wow, what a stroke.
Oh, yeah, he actually still went forward. Okay.
Yeah, what a stroke. Now he can cut this ball in. This is where if you just trust what you look at, right, and make a good clean stroke, that ball will slide pretty generous hole right here.
Give it a good stroke, and that's kind of a hanger, like you said, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're feeling good.
Yeah, this is one, as I was told, and years ago, players, you hit about 100 of these a day down the rail past the side. It's a confidence builder.
Hit him with inside, hit him with outside.
Yeah, straight across. This is just a little high left. Try and come 2 rails back, a little short of where the cue ball's at now. I wouldn't go inside and go past the side pocket myself. Excellent. Really good. Really good. Like we were talking about, kind of coasted into the position. Right?
Yeah, I
really
think he's
nice.
perfect on this ball, actually. Let's go. Can he draw the straight back between 8 and 9? It looks a little close.
Yeah, it looks a little straight. This is where you might pinch it back a little bit to get closer to the 6 and just take the cut.
Take the cut, yeah.
Yeah, because look how open the table is coming straight up off the 6. You just go up to the top rail, back down for the 8. This is where remind yourself how good you are.
Yep.
Oh, he tried to cheat it.
Oh, no.
Tried to cheat it. Got away from him.
It's another mistake from Daniel. Is Cole gonna make him pay for it, or this is actually not the easiest to get around because you got to go really far with the cue ball on this one if you're trying to not take the long cut.
Yeah, and this is where a quicker tempo has more problems getting deep with low left on this. I could get past this 8 myself.
Yeah, you can
I'm
get
not
past
saying
it.
it's easy, but I could do it.
Yeah.
But if you have a quicker tempo, it just doesn't give it time to draw and spin as much.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's that timing.
Yeah, and for Daniel, really, it's been twice that when he sees a simple shot, like he made the right decision. He thought about this and that, and he's like, all right, let me just pinch it back. But when he sees something simple, he maybe doesn't quite focus on it like he does the other shots. You know, I mean, because that ball there, that wasn't like, oh, the nerves got me or anything like that. No. That was just pure focus. Watch outside pocket. Pretty nice. He's going to be above it, but he's going to get a cut shot, I think.
Ooh, came a little bit farther.
I think he was trying to play above it.
I think so?
I think, well, he kind of looked that way, and I think he hit the ball how he wanted. He didn't look too upset or alarmed to me.
But like I said, I think he's got that kind of monotone attitude. You know, you don't really know if he's pissed or not. Kind of always focused.
Yeah, if you're good with the bridge, you bank the 6 away and kind of just slowly pull the cue ball to the middle of the end rail. Is he going up behind the 8? You better be accurate. Yeah, that's the easiest and most often underhit shot. Not just with the crutch, but when you're trying to make sure the object ball to get away from you. You don't want to cut it too much and leave it over the hole. You know what I mean? But you need to cut it so the cue ball will run.
Yeah, you got all these things telling you don't underhit it, don't underhit it, don't underhit it.
You got all these things like, I don't want the 6 over the pocket. I don't want this. Leave easy jump. You know, it's always touchy.
Everything's telling you to not overhit it, and then you'd always underhit it. Yeah. Stood on the good side a little bit. Not going to leave too much.
Well, at that speed, when you're coming from, a diamond up, or let's say a little above a diamond right there, hard for that ball to hang. Meaning it's coming into the top part of the pocket with not much speed. So it's hard to hang. It usually either goes in or you hit it high enough to where it gets away.
Yeah. I think pocket sizes are 4 1/4 here on these Rassons. The cut of the pocket is a little bit different than a diamond. I think it's a little bit straighter up and down compared to most diamond pockets, but they are 4 1/4. And he hit that uber thin.
Yeah, he's going to give up a cut shot. You can play it to either pocket. And this is where Daniel, of course, a young player, but He's going to learn that it's hard to turn the focus on and off. You know, it's hard to say, let me focus on this one, and then, this is a cupcake over here. I'm not saying you can't make the cupcake, but you're not doing yourself any favors on the tough shots as well.
Yeah, for sure. Oof, tough miss there. Ended up overcutting that just a bit.
And I kind of feel like he hit it how he wanted, just maybe just didn't go in. Really good there.
Yeah,
Perfect speed.
Yeah. It's a little bit close to the rail, but this is still 9-ball player's dream to get this shot no matter what.
And the Moscone, these are really shaky, believe it or not.
Okay.
Now you got a few inches off the rail, which makes all the difference in the world.
I guess the real one that people freak out about is always when you get real high on the 9-ball. Those are the ones that, they're usually sitters for most 9-ball players, right? When you
above it, you mean?
Above it, yeah, you're coming down into it. I think those are the more, I'd rather take this 9 than get below it, type of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying the above one is the one that hurts. I was going to say no, the
that's
behind
the one
on the rail. Yeah,
behind
exactly.
one on the rail is the one that hurts, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why they always guard from above. They kind of play position for above. If I get a little better, that's fine.
You'll almost take it even up by like the diamond above the side pocket that far away even because
you
practice that angle so often.
Yeah.
It's basically a spot shot.
If I was Cole, I probably would have just lightly stunned a few inches off the 8. I probably wouldn't even went to the rail threatening getting on the rail or even a hair past it.
Gotcha.
But, the game whenever, it's just like when you're close to the ball, you have a lot of preference, meaning what you like, because accuracy's at a premium. Uh-oh.
Watch out, cue ball. Oof.
I know we've had a few mistakes from the guys. They played pretty well overall, but something about a scratch on the break is the biggest one that hurts, it seems like. Okay, should get out here. He's got a little bit of a tricky 5-ball. He's going to want to shoot the 3 to be able to fall on the rail on the 5 if he can.
Yeah, fall on this long rail, right?
Or
no, the bottom rail.
Bottom rail. It depends. Yeah. I would want to get above the 6.
Yeah, because you're naturally coming up 2 rails around the table. Oh, he's underhit this a bit.
Should be okay. Yeah, just
actually
again focus. Yeah, just pull the ball a little bit. Doesn't require much.
It's pretty common too. A lot of, like you said, land on the bottom rail for a sitter. You think, it's like, oh, it's a sitter. Why wouldn't I just play anywhere on the table? No, but when you got that, like you said, that prime real estate position, you want to keep it. You want to make sure it's easy to go up. It's the most underappreciated shot, right? Those ducks in the pocket sometimes.
Oh man, they're hard to calculate sometimes.
Oh, careful side. Wow. Did you maybe catch the point a little bit more or something on the way up?
Maybe just didn't spread as much with the English is all,
He got a little bit straighter on it, so he kind of had to hit it fuller, I guess.
Yeah.
But
well, he couldn't. He had to apply a lot of spin at that speed.
Yeah.
So, and it wasn't spin that caused the mistake. I don't think really. Just didn't get as much out of the spin as he expected.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, you can quickly forget about that scratch on the break.
Oh yeah, from before. I don't even remember when that happened. Who did that? What? When?
Yeah, right. Why do you think? I got my own opinion on it, but why do you think people, when they break from the right, why do you think the left side pocket scratch is the most obvious? Now, don't get me wrong. Of course, it's right there. It's closest to the 1, right? I mean, you're not going to go through the 1 to scratch in one of those corners. But why is it so often we see it? You think like what is making
like
that
what's
happen?
making it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe. I mean, it's a cut break, so you're hitting the rack at an angle. You're trying to hit a stop shot on the one. So is it like a matter of like rack mass, or is it also you're seeing like the edge of the rack, so you think that's the edge of the one?
Well, even if we're not playing the cut break, let's just say standard 9-ball break, right? When you break from the right rail, the left side's the most common scratch. Same thing when you break from the left, the right.
It's got to be like a stroke tendency issue in that case,
Yeah,
right? Maybe
I
you put
don't
a little
know.
bit aside, or
I think side can do it, but I
Uh-huh.
mean, I've hit the ball square and still went over there. So I kind of think, or what it seems like to me, anyways, is we're always trying to get the cue ball in the center of the table on the break, correct?
Yeah.
So if you break from the side rail, to get the cue ball in the center of the table is not a flush hit on the one.
No, you're trying to hit a little bit on the right.
Or if you break from the right,
a little bit on the left. Yeah,
exactly.
Correct.
So when you're off,
you go too far.
that's what leads
saying.
towards that side. So whenever I tell people to break, and this is what I was taught as well, you pick the center of the table on the line you're on. You understand? That way you get a flush hit on the one.
Okay.
Does that
So you're kind of splitting the difference between the center of the table and what your line is on, kind of.
Yeah. Whenever I broke my best, I would stop here, like I'm showing
gotcha.
in the line my cue ball's on,
And you
in
come
the
straight
center
back
of the
at that
table.
line.
Yeah, that's a flush hit on the one, and I never came close to threatening the side pocket.
Gotcha.
But I kind of think that's why people, because they're always told center of the table on the
Center
break,
of the table.
center of the table on
You're
the
talking
break.
literal center of the table
Yeah,
versus
exactly.
just center of the table on your side of the break. So.
Yeah. So
Center
it makes you send that cue ball a little in that direction.
Yeah, true. And then when you hit that and you put draw on it or something to come straight back at you,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
as opposed to going all over the table or who knows.
Right. That's
Yeah.
a dead true story as well. Like when I broke my best, I would be on the line the cue ball was on. But just like you said, sometimes I'd get a little quick, hit a little low, and I would draw it straight on that line up into the corner and scratch.
Oh, up in the corner behind you. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm trying to hit a flush one.
A flush one, yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm just
No,
what
that's
I've,
interesting. Yeah, it's a good observation. Yeah, it's always going across the rack. That's the scratch. That's most common, I guess.
Yeah, the one that you break on the same side is rare.
That never happens.
Yeah. I wouldn't say never. I did it twice, hill for
Oh,
in the
really?
finals of 2 huge tournaments. Yeah.
Wow.
And lost them both. All right, funny little shot here. If you know it, you can push straight through on the 2. Let it bank 2 rails a little side of the 9 and just coast up on the 4 ball, the back side of it. You got to be confident. It's like you learn that kind of shot playing one pocket a little more often, but it's a deadly shot.
It's kind of like a snooker safety as well.
Yeah.
They play that shot a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it a lot in snooker, actually, and especially if the object ball agrees. Now, if this object ball is going 2 rails into the 9 or something like that, maybe not. You may just cross corner the 2 and run the cue ball 1 rail behind the purple.
It looked like he was lining up the combo, though. I don't know.
Yeah, that combo's awfully dicey. Be a heck of a shot, though. I like this. This is what I like.
Oh, he made it.
Great shot.
And push the 3 up. Nicely done.
These guys are working. These have been difficult outs. I mean, you got the 4 down here. Got to get all the way back for the 5. He's obviously not going to be able to get very close to the 4. And then he's got to get over on the good side of the table for the 7. So, lots going on in these racks.
Just wants enough angle on this 4 ball. Anywhere.
Well, I mean, it's up to you. You can just dink it in kind of and take the straight stroke on the 4 to draw back, which I kind of like in this position. Just because...
It's because the 8 ball's a big ball, I guess.
He got a lot of angle, though. Yeah, here you don't use 3 rails inside.
No?
Here, most players would
draw
zigzag across the top of the 8 here and then
Just
above the second side, 2 rails.
2 rails.
See, you can see where he's pointing?
Excuse
me. You can get there without inside.
He's
Just
looking at
a Z
inside.
shot. I know, but this is a little more difficult.
This actually brings a side pocket into play with the inside, I think.
A little bit. I think he's a little too thick on the 4 to really have the side in play.
Okay.
But I think what happens is, because you're going to want to, what happens when you have a shot like this, it's easy to overcut. because you're trying to help the cue ball movement a little bit. Yeah.
Push a lot of motion into it. Yeah.
He hit it sweet.
8 balls with big ball.
And that's what I was thinking more than the scratch, because it was a little thicker than what it appeared to us on the camera. A good stroke, though.
Yeah. Not too bad. Still is not quite dead in this rack, though. I think
he might have to go for this.
He might have to go for it, but
yeah, these guys almost 700 Fargos, so certainly can bury this ball.
Watch out, side pocket point.
Yeah, I think he's going to put a hair of right on this. So he wants to come underneath the 9 where he's standing, I think.
Watch out, point. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
He overcut a little bit. He may get a big roll here, and it appears he has.
Oh, a little scratch of the head, and on to the next one.
So this is probably, percentage-wise, you go right side rail, in rail, left side rail underneath this 5, trying to maybe kick it away. Get some type of separation. You may kick it in the side off the 3rd rail.
You might hit the top side of it and move towards the 7 behind something.
You could come 3 rails and cut it thin where the cue ball goes at the 9, and maybe the 5 crosses a little bit. You never know. And it's the easiest hit that can gives you some chances.
Yeah, basically. It's all about percentages.
Yeah, medium with top English. You'd love to hit it full and just stick the cue ball right where the 5's at. Like that.
Ooh, he's just 7 ball.
Yeah, no,
big
he's
7
good.
Ball. He's perfect. Wow, nice shot there.
Really good. Can't say it enough, though. When he puts the focus in and looks at what's going on, he really hasn't missed much.
Yeah, it's been clean. Who's this? I think it was Steve Davis said. I think the shots that the shots that he would obsess over the most were the easiest ones.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that hurt the most when you miss.
Yeah. There's a lot of things, it's just like, people that do it well, they love doing the boring stuff, I'll tell you what, I've been not responded to the chat yet. I'll let you've been doing that because you know all these people, but it looks about the nicest pool chat I've seen in the country.
Really? Oh, yeah. That's not too bad.
Not saying the other ones are bad, but
We got some good folks. Triple G, Andrew, Stacy Medina. A lot of regulars here. Hanging out. We're just trying to grow the sport a little bit.
Yeah,
See what we can
absolutely.
do.
Okay, he's looking at the 3-rail kick as well.
Yeah, similar shot actually, right? Just wider.
Yeah, not as great a percentage because once the cue ball starts going upward, that means it will go upward with the 5 where it goes usually. Daniels was coming in behind it a little bit, going sideways, like
sideways.
cross table, not up table. So it's still the correct kick shot though.
Hey, what's up, Jesse?
He may actually catch 2 rails into it at this angle. Yeah, like, he went around it. Yeah, looked like it was a little
in
high.
between.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Daniel's had a few opportunities. He's got to make sure he takes advantage here.
Yeah, it's been, 2, 3 kind of big mistakes from Daniel, and that's kind of that 2, 3 racks that he's down by right now, so.
Yeah, if you're betting on Daniel, just got to get him going a little bit. And again, just, take a little extra time on the easy stuff.
Probably just a stun shot.
Yeah, it looks like he can stunt. Yeah, for sure. That's a great camera view there. It's real light, about a 5-inch bounce off the rail. Oh, he could hold it. Nice shot.
All right, similar bridge, right around the side pocket. Kind of awkward. What's he going to do? This is very similar to the one that he missed, right?
He's already taken more time, though.
Yeah. It's not missing that one. Nicely done. Daniel comes back. We'll take a little quick break and play a little video.
Wow, is that our first dry break? Now that is the one time you can miss the corner ball when you really cross the one over. Now he's a little flat here. Does he try to come all the way down? The 9's a big ball. He's got obstructing balls, the 4 and the 6 and the 3. That's what I like him do, trying to maybe take the shot. It's kind of similar to the opening rack, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 2 is almost
the 2's just in that
pretty
bottom right, yeah. Take that long leave. Yeah, same thing. Oh, sorry for you folks, your headphone users. Looks like a little commercial video was a little loud. I'm trying to turn it down next time. It'll be okay.
Yeah, it's a difficult shot here, and I think the angle's okay to where he will get position, because you don't want to make tough shots and not get position. Now that tells me he's going into the 9-1 rail.
Mm-hmm.
So this may be one to think about. But the problem is, besides just kind of banking the 2 softly up behind the 5, hitting it real full, kind of rolling the 2 up behind the 5, not a whole lot of safeties here.
Yeah, not really. That 5's, I guess, the real problem, because you can't really push the 2 up 2 rails or anything. That 5's a really big blocker.
Yeah, and you're 9 feet away, so nothing easy here. May force him to go for it, really.
And again, this 4-6, I think the 4 actually goes in the side this time. Not necessarily. Oh, 9 ball. Wow.
Ooh.
Almost caught the edge of that. Wow.
Okay. This is where, a couple options. I kind of like pushing the 2 past the 4-6 myself. I got to look, though. I mean, you could run the cue ball here as well, off both sides of the 2. It's not too hard.
Mm-hmm.
With the 3 opposite, you can do a lot of things here. Is he trying to bank the 2 down and try and just leave the cue ball on the side rail? Oh, wow.
Just thin it. Thin to win. And the point helps him, maybe? No, not really.
No,
would have liked to miss that, actually.
Yeah, that was a super thin hit, though. Wow. Good young eyes, Christian.
I like those shots, yeah. Those are the, when you're 12 feet away from the ball on the 6x12 and you got to just thin it and you thin it just like that, you're like, wow, I can't believe I actually saw that.
Yeah, right. Okay, he's made a bunch of cut shots on the 2 in this match already. I think position may be tough, though.
Ooh, a little bit chunky on the hit again.
Yeah. Well, you and I worked today.
Yeah.
And I definitely saw a little guide on the downswing.
On that one.
Yeah, remember, that throw's not going to work how you want when you guide the cue.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't. Now, the thing is, you learn to do it because you'll aim thinner, basically, than you really should or whatever,
you're
right?
compensating for the mistake, kind of, right?
Exactly. Now, he needs to get into that rail unless he's going to float.
I think he's getting into it looks like. Just a little bit. Oh, it's going to hit the 4. He's
Huh?
all right.
Yeah, he's okay.
3 looks like it's touching.
Yeah, and if you're coming backwards, you got to hit it pure. Very easy to pull this ball off the rail.
Uh-huh.
The key to this is I would go ahead and stroke it and come past the side myself.
Stroke it up past the side?
Yeah, just you hit it a little more pure,
Okay.
and it'll hug the rail better. Now, if you can hit high right,
High right, yeah.
that's not bad either. But you don't want to hit like a stun right. That's what really
that's
pulls
what
it
gets
off.
it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The 6 does pass the 8, I think, so
Yeah, you
it's really about getting 5 to 6, I think. Or
can you
even
go-
this shot.
can you- this is, yeah, it didn't look, wow,
around it.
nice stroke. He's going to have to make one heck of a shot on the 6, unless he has a little angle to go forward with top right. No, he's drawing the ball. If I like the pocket on the 6 right here, I'd probably just stay right there and cut it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, the 7's not bad, so.
Someone in the chat saying 6 and 9 are wired into the other corner. That's where you want pocket players out there, I guess, right? Oh, zipping it back.
Yeah, I don't blame him because I think the 6 was a little tight going to it. It did
Yeah.
have a pocket, so.
At that distance with that tight pocket comes a
Mhm.
much more difficult shot.
Yeah, just maybe keep that frame, that big frame of his, a little more steel. You know, when you're fast at it, or a little more pace. Easy to have that body move.
Ooh. It's the 3rd shot at that pocket he's had that he's maybe getting into his own head or something. I don't know.
Well,
It wasn't easy, but
no, but he hit it thick, correct?
Mhm. Just like
Okay.
the other 2, right?
Yeah, but I want you to pay attention to how far the cue ball moved off of a thick hit.
Oh,
It
yeah.
went back and forth. Remember we were talking about, I told you, when you give up a little bit, it'll boing more. The
Mhm.
rails will boing more,
Mhm.
right? Because you're really not rotating that cue ball, right?
Yeah.
And he hit that ball thick, and it still came 2 rails across and got thin on this 6 ball.
Yeah, it makes you wonder where it would have gotten if he had made it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if he had made it, actually, it probably wouldn't have boinged quite as much. But
okay.
you know, that's what I
Uh-huh.
mean. The stroke would have been better, right?
Yep.
All right, might be coming at the 6 here.
Speed looks okay.
Really good.
9 on the side, probably.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Slightly hampered, but shouldn't be too bad. Doesn't have to do anything really at all with the cue ball.
No, this is about, again, keeping that focus on the easy ones.
All right. Back to level. All right, starting to get a little interesting. Now we're race to 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you're playing, and it's easy to, like, weigh on your mistakes. These guys have had, you know, 2 or 3, 4 mistakes apiece, but it's easy to weigh on them a little bit. They just got to kind of reboot themselves, and, you know, they're going to remember playing well here at the end, no matter who wins.
Oh, yeah.
That's more of the pop. He didn't cross it at all. May end up getting something on the 9. No, it doesn't appear so. So again, got to make a decision. Pretty easy to get behind the 9 here.
Yeah. Unfortunate because that cue ball was damn near perfect where he landed it. It was almost ball in hand off the break position, but it tends to happen more on the pop break. You get kind of those balls coming across and hitting something, right? That's like the only time that it'll mess up.
That's why a lot of the guys, right, they still break pretty firm.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't really spin that ball much. He didn't put a whole lot of right, but they really break firm because then they fly the cue ball past those sides. Not only avoid kisses, but if they do get kissed, they're going to kiss them in the side pocket.
Yeah, it's not going to It's going to kiss it up table. The corner is really the only thing at risk at that point.
Exactly, and really you beat all those kisses for the most part.
Yeah.
Okay, a little funny here. Looks like he's got to cut it a little bit to get the safe, unless he's double banking it, kind of like his opponent earlier.
Yeah, that's actually. I think it could clear. Yeah, clear the 6. Yeah, he couldn't go as much forward into the double bank, so not up against the 2, but he's still okay.
Yeah, it would have been unlucky if he catches that 4 and just holds right there for a straight in. That would have been a little unfortunate. Excuse me. All right, I think first time we've seen Daniel go to the air here with the jump cue.
Yeah, first jump shot. Actually, no, I think Cole had one earlier, right?
I thought he had one, yeah. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he pulled it out.
No, he went for it. That was at 7.
Yeah.
7-4 or something. He was behind the 7, I think.
I don't know if he can get enough of the 1 to just kind of bang it around or if he's going to go for the cut. I think he's going to go for the cut. If he is, he's got to really watch out for the scratch.
Yeah. Oh, we overcut it, so definitely no scratch in play, but it's going to leave it. Almost made the 8 and 2 ball funny, but I think it's a wide open rack still.
Yeah, most of the time, more cut shot, you can actually aim the more of a cut, you can aim a little thicker. So, because the ball's in the air when it's jumping, so it cuts easier. It looks like we're on a little small timeout.
Yeah, a little player break. All right, we'll just play the commercial, and then we'll be right back.
That's kind of how a couple of these went, like in between would be much more. It's just a kind of quiet.
All right. Quick little player break, but back at it again. maybe just Cole trying to wipe his mind of the previous, shots he missed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just whatever you got to do that, whatever helps. You just get on with what's in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one of the easier layouts that Cole's had the entire match really is he's worked through a lot of tough ones. So this one kind of connects a little better. It's not great, but it's not like up and down the table, across. Everything's a problem.
Now, this is an easy 2-ball to not give yourself good position on the 4, right?
Yeah, he got perfect.
Yeah, nice. It's kind of like that 2-ball Daniel had earlier where he got down, shot it, and then,
I'm a little flat on the 3.
I'm a little flat. I'm a little this, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the advantage you gain from that sort of more deliberate style, I guess.
Yeah, and that's just most people, self included, you learn that. Meaning you learn that, it's no coincidence that the better players in every sport, when given time, take the time. And you don't want to get out of rhythm or anything like that.
Yeah.
But, it's just addressing it more. This is a very mental game, obviously, because it's stationary sport. So you get in the process, you learn to really rely on it. And you can, actually, especially if you practice that way, which is the most important. Okay, a couple of these kind of cut shots, he's kind of let up a little on the stroke, and he had him catch thick.
Catch a little thick, yep.
Exactly. He needs to just get through that ball a little bit. Still caught that one a hair thick as well.
But like you said, he got through a little better. And
Mm-hmm.
helps that ball have that forward rotation going into the pocket.
Yeah, it makes a bigger pocket for sure. Now, he got as nasty on the 50 as you could get.
This is like 51.5 going the wrong way kind of thing.
Yeah, if he was more straight up and down, it's actually even a little easier.
Yeah.
Because you really don't want to play it to the left pocket. That's the easier way to get straight, actually miss the ball.
Get behind the 8 or something weird.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that too much,
Okay.
but maybe if he really draws
too much
it.
low,
Yeah.
I think I've just done that before myself. That's
Yeah. And the funny thing is, right, that shot to the upper left, you could hit low inside and spin 3 rails, right? With low inside, draw to the side rail and then make it spin around.
and then spin around, with some inside.
Yeah, talk about, he's doing that with the other
He's
shot.
the other way, yeah.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite shots to hit, though. When you nail this shot with the inside and 3 rails around,
Well, that's what I was going to say. When you learn this shot, it's like the coolest thing ever. It's like, man, why? I'm going to use this every game. But then you realize once it comes up, I don't want to do this.
I don't want to shoot it.
This is not what I want to play for. Even though at first it seems like, the best thing since, white bread or whatever. I don't know. But
I think I just like shooting on bar boxes a lot more. That's what.
Yeah, right.
Because you can actually make it real nice.
Real sweet stroke there.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. How's the speed? He's gonna be pretty nice. Yep. Perfect. And I think that's a good confidence boosting shot, right? He's been a little bit chunky on some of the shots, a little bit struggle, but now he's maybe got to pick me up here.
Yeah, and sometimes a certain shot will kind of make you think or say to yourself, I need a more demanding stroke. I need a better stroke on this shot. Bring it out in you a lot of times. So make it a little funny. No, he's going to be fine.
Got just enough.
Yeah, really good. Again, don't try to get too much. Little cut shot on the 9. Nothing wrong with that.
He never hurt anybody.
Okay, not the type of shot you want to hit like straight high.
Yeah.
You catch a little thin to the pocket, you may scratch cross corner or 2 rails cross corner. So this is going to show his timing a little bit because he's not going to draw it. This is going to be more of like a rolling right English, I would suspect. So if it gets a little short through impact, well, maybe
a little left, actually.
Oh, he's going. That's fine as long as you're directing the cue ball. He's going to commit to the stroke better. Yeah, really good.
Yeah. Nicely done. Putting Cole one ahead, but back and forth. They're going at it.
Yeah, there's been maybe 4 lead changes, maybe 5, and a couple, 2 or 3 ties. Daniel only had a 1-game lead there for a moment. But
yeah,
he's
like
tied
in the
it
middle.
up several times.
Definitely some back and forth. So both players pretty young, you know, up and coming. Who knows? Maybe they'll be more on your radar for future Mosconi Cups.
Yeah, we'll
you
see.
never know.
Well, I think that America's got a lot of talent, so
Yeah, especially
I think,
especially up and rising, right?
Yeah, whomever continues on with America, I think they're gonna have a lot to pick from.
Oh yeah.
Like it's gonna go like exponentially,
Yeah.
Next year it's gonna look like, okay, we got a few more, but then it's just gonna start going more and more.
You got some of these young kids playing real well. Shout out to Raw Hanna there with the GIC. He's doing a good job with them.
Yeah, and the parents as well.
Ooh, again, he kind of popped it up. He didn't like smash the break like he said the pros typically do to get that avoidance of those kicks, and he squatted the cue ball nice, but he just got pushed up table.
Yeah, and he got a real square hit on the 1 there. Again, nothing easy. The 3's tight by the 4 if it does go. This is a cuttable ball, though. And this is one you may go for with the 2 kind of open out in space. Hard to believe you're going to get snookered on this shot. And you take a chance at ripping the 4-way, I believe, a little bit. Oh, I don't know if I jack up here. I may level out. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
He's trying to thin this ball, probably.
And this is a good one to gamble on, I think, taking a chance trying to cut it in.
Where's the cue ball? Oh, he chunked the 4.
Yeah, he did perfect.
And that's actually real nice, yeah.
He's a little unlucky to get all the way down here on the rail, and I don't know if he really has an offensive play from here.
The 3's a little too tucked away, I think, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to take on a tough 2 ball to just bank the 3 cross side, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is difficult.
You can't cut this in the bottom right either. The scratch is too on. You're on the rail. It's not a...
This is super touchy. Because you could easily give up a gimme in the side, like trying to play off his left side of the 2 for like a safe. You could easily give something up.
He's taking it on, and it's going to stand up, but he's going to get away with it a little bit.
Yeah, and I was thinking about it. The 3's tough, so even if he gives up a shot, it's going to be difficult to play shape. And the safety was so tough, maybe that was the right shot trying to go for that, even if I have to play safe on the 3. And hard to doubt Cole, really. I mean, Cole's been pretty sharp with the head the entire match. Now, this one here, even if I had to long rail kick this ball in off the top rail, okay? Which is another question. I don't know why they call it the long rail kick when you're hitting the short rail at the top.
Oh, is that what? Okay.
Yeah, but I guess because you guide off the long rail, maybe sometimes off the second rail, right, kind of thing. But I wouldn't try to gain shape here. I'd maybe just try and make this ball and then play safe on the 3.
Ooh, try to swerve it.
It was tough.
It was touchy, yeah.
I'll tell you one smart thing, though. Better off to air that ball than to swerve it too much, make it, and follow it in and give up ball in hand on the 3. This is a very tricky position play with ball in hand. I think he's going to try and draw up the side rail with like a low right and just get the cue ball to kind of just come just across the 3 to get the cut shot. Oh, he's drawing underneath him?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, this is tough. Yeah, that's what I was kind of feeling like, that direction a little bit. What a shot.
Perfect, actually, right? Kind of gutsy, too. You go too far, that 7 gets real big.
Well, I'll let you know, you got to have guts to play pool.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. Christian's like a kid in the candy store with this little camera, joystick, and everything.
Sorry.
It's awesome, huh?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, you get to get all the tight shots, tight angles.
Very good there. He's going to get a little straight, but I think he gained enough angle to get over. And, of course, this is the shot, the 7 over the side, 8 over the opposite side.
Mm-hmm.
For a 2-game lead late, really.
Yeah, a real big run out here would put him on the hill, right?
That's right. And it looks like a bigger lead than what it really is. I mean, it gets out here, it is 8-6, but just if Daniel wins the next game, it's 2-game lead is all, and he's breaking.
Yeah, winner break is a big format, right?
Yeah, it's hard, you know, the way they've changed the 9-ball rules now. I don't mind winner break so much, just because it's a lot more random after the break.
Yeah,
you really
it's
got to
tougher.
earn it, you know.
The cut break, you know, making it tougher for
Yeah,
for the
random
runners.
shots after the break is the biggest deal, you know, not the one over the corner every
No.
game. So I don't mind it. You got to earn them. Before with the top players, I think alternate break was better when it was easy.
Mm-hmm.
But all it was like kind of, in my mind, kind of abnormal pressure. And what I mean by that is everyone broke and got an open layout and got a shot line. It's just like who's going to hold up under, you know, kind of not making that one mistake to lose the match. And that's not really how the game's designed, in my opinion.
Yeah,
anyways.
yeah.
One mistake ain't supposed to kill you.
It's less about working hard every shot. It's more about, you know, just don't mess up the easy shots.
Yeah,
Right?
be real efficient with open tables versus really knowing the game.
Less of a challenge, I guess you could say. The players don't really challenge each other and back and forth. There's no real.
Yeah, if you watch the last several tournaments this year, whoever won the tournament, look at their face when they're done. They earned it. They're beat up. Caught that one a little thick to the hole as well.
Nicely done, though. Puts them on the hill.
Sure does. All right, your last break shot of the match. Do you say anything different to yourself, Christian?
No. Got to go with the same instinct. You've
That's
been breaking
right.
them well.
That's right.
You got a little unlucky on the last two. I think you ended up thin. It was kind of in that in-between speed where the one settles on the second diamond or so. But you got a template. Just got to get a good cue ball.
Yeah, don't back off too much. Sometimes we can back off the last break. Yeah, there you go. Stick to what you've been doing.
And he avoided all the hits there.
He's going to love this.
Yeah, he's perfect. Ooh, a little bit.
Jacked
Little
up. The
tabletop.
two's going to get to the rail.
Uh-oh.
That's made things much more difficult. Now, the good thing is he has the left side of the cue ball. If he wants to go 3 rails to somewhere between the 4-9, maybe, I don't know how much he can get out of it. But I think going back and forth is almost as awkward as going 3 rails with inside. Being over the 4, I mean.
Looking at that angle, but yeah, like you said, it's not. Yeah, he's not fully hampered over that left side.
Yeah, if he tries to put top right or something, I think left English is not that hard here.
Yeah, I think he's lining up for left, trying to
Yeah,
right there. Yep.
exactly. I would look somewhere to go off of the 3-rail shot because I think he makes the ball more often. Believe it or not, because he's so elevated. Anywhere else on the cue ball, he's over the 4. Now he's got to make sure not to obstruct the 4 here. They're not playing cue ball. They're playing cue ball fouls only, but if he comes 3 rails and he moves the 4 a little bit, maybe it gets in the path. Who knows? Should be okay. Excellent
How's that
shot.
stroke?
Yeah, good decision and better shot. I tell
Perfect.
you that. Yeah.
Nicely done.
He stayed aggressive with the cue ball. I loved it.
Mhm.
Okay, make a decision here. You can come out for the little layup in the corner, which I do. I don't come between the 8-9. Actually, I'll look at it, but
No, I think you just roll it in, right?
yeah, just come 1 rail at the 3 a little bit. Stay a good foot short of the 8. Now he's going to look at the 2 rails between, which is hard not to want to do.
Yeah, but that window's so much tighter than just rolling up, right?
Yeah, the window's okay. It's a big window, but you just got to make sure you get the speed right.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's laying there to do so. And probably if me and you were at the table, we might do it as well. Oh, this should be the shot. I don't know if the 6 passes the 9 or the 7. Excuse
7,
me.
Yeah. Went for it. He's okay. Just the speed is a little bit far, but
Okay, you play a little thin on the 4 on the side to run the cue ball. Now this tells me the 6 goes by the 7.
mm-hmm.
You know, this straight on view kind of like.
We need one more angle where we can get the other cross angle. And
Yeah, right.
Then we're perfect. We're getting there, little by little.
What, y'all don't have cameramen? What's going on? Or what?
What do you mean? I do all this all by myself? What?
Yeah. He's going to be okay, especially if the 6 does pass, which I think it does.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is where you can come 2 rails with top and side at it.
Yeah, he's looking at that line.
Yeah. I might come just 1 rail myself, just because I like when you put 2 rails, right, you're getting into the ball a little bit with a little spin, a little more force. So top right, pretty easy to come 1 rail and get down on that ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at now, what the top right looks like. And he's minimized side spin as a whole.
In general, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel seems to be using a lot more.
And now he's cueing, I think, with a little inside. Is he like drawing and doing it? Or stunning? It's just a roll shot, it looks like.
He's putting left spin, I think. Oh,
This is eerily similar to that 9 ball earlier in the match,
Uh-oh.
where he came down on top of it.
Yeah, yep. Came down that line that was just a little bit too in between, kind of, right?
Yeah. And the difference between like techniques and preferences, right? He hit center stun for his line. I would have rolled it with high right and went further up the top rail to the left, you know what I mean, towards that upper left-hand corner, and killed the cue ball with the right coming back towards the 6.
Yeah, okay.
That way I'm rolling the ball, and touch is always better when you're actually rolling the ball,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. You're not doing the stun feel. You're more so just letting the cue ball do its thing and then controlling that instead.
He was a little fearful, I think, of going forward off that ball. And again, he's at the table, so maybe the scratch was a little more looming, maybe.
Yeah.
This is awkward. He may have to duck here.
He's kind of looking at that, I think, how we can push the 6 up table. 7's kind of an awkward spot, honestly, for any sort of safety, though.
Yeah, I think the double bank is pretty mild and just kind of drop the cue ball 2 rails below the 7. You're close to it, you know, just kind of like a little light draw. Hit about the first diamond on the right rail. He's drawing behind the 9, it looks like.
Yep, does he get a good 6 ball? He's going to leave something. Oof, I think he's He's left it on the rail.
Nothing easy about this.
Not easy.
Yeah, Jersey Red used to tell me if it ain't froze, you could go ahead and freeze it right there. That's close to the rail.
I'm just surprised how close we can get on the angle. That's some good zoom. Wow.
Very good. Okay, he's in between. Doesn't really agree to, like, you know, kind of a lot of speed to go 4 rails, and it's very touchy to kind of smooth it in, so from this kind of distance. So you just got to commit one way or the other. Excellent
how to
stroke.
hit it.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, you got to kind of take a deep swallow right there and just say, I got to
Suck it
kind of
up.
smooth my ball down the table.
Yes, indeed. Those are even more fun on the 6x12 where that cushion plays even tighter.
Yeah, no, that one got away from him a little bit. He overcut the 7 to the hole a little.
He
So.
shot it a little quick too, right? He doesn't care.
Yeah. Well, he's still young, you know, so.
He's feeling it. Doesn't have the battle scars yet. Is that what you're saying?
Well, like I was a little faster too. Everybody thinks
Uh-huh.
you're just born a slow player, and that's not really. I mean, not saying it doesn't happen, but generally most people have to learn to slow down.
Learn
a
to
little
slow
bit,
down. Yeah. Shooter's gonna shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Let's kind of come back with it. Like we said, he's really not that far behind. It's only a one rack lead if he wins that, and then he's breaking. I think we've seen what, one break and run from each side, or did Cole only have the
Cole had at least one. He broke
right?
and ran the second rack.
The second rack overall,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I don't know if we've had that many.
We haven't had a lot of open shots after the break.
Yeah, that one
since
ball.
early, you know, we've had now looks at the one, but not a lot of like offensive shots, not a ton.
Yeah, the ones either not been dressing up nice, or the cue ball gets bumped up table somewhere, something funny.
And the funny thing, right, is we haven't had a lot of runouts, but normally that equates to a lot of rollouts, and we've only had one rollout in the entire match. So the guys have been getting looks at the one. Watch out, 7 ball.
Uh-oh.
Okay, it's gonna open. Oh, I don't know. I think he got snookered.
Yep.
But yeah, that's crazy. No rollouts hardly, right? So they've been seeing the object ball, just no real offensive shots.
I think we might see one here, actually, though.
Yeah, good call.
I think, yeah, based on his body language walking back, he's definitely snookered. At least on the potting angle. That was actually kind of a funny rack because the one hit the point on the side pocket and came back down, so would have left at least an opening shot. But
now this is where a little experience is important.
Yeah, where do you go here?
Is you got to roll out on this bottom rail here. You can't roll out up table and really just kind of get screwed. You got to come to the bottom rail and make him force a good shot, and hopefully one you don't leave in position on the 2. See how the angle's going away from position?
Yeah, and away from safeties too.
Exactly. You can't leave an obvious safety in this spot. If you go up table,
we've got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he's too smart a guy. He's going to figure out something that works his side, you know, works his way. So Daniel's showing a lot of experience there. It looked like he was about to go up table with it. And
decided not to, yeah.
Now, still, I'd like to try and find, even if you got to try and cut this in the right side, go top rail, end rail, back down towards the 2. That's not the worst thing in the world. A lot of times you miss, you still don't give up much of a shot. I would consider the right side pocket myself.
Yeah, you got to get the cue ball up and down otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Corners are no good unless you're just planning to play safe.
If you're comfortable making it, just come 2 rails to the center and cut the 2. Just smooth it in right here. You're going to get cue ball movement. I don't think he's supposed to pass it again, though. I'd be afraid of never shooting again in the match if I pass this.
Yeah. Big shot. Oof,
good effort.
Just a bit quick, and he was coming right at that 2 ball.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of good things can happen because the one's going up that way and the cue ball's coming back down this way.
Yeah, you don't know what could happen. It's like that, though.
You know, and that's part of the game. I think Daniel made the correct push out. somewhat. He maybe moves it over another inch to make that one on the side a little tougher, but otherwise he made a good push out.
Yeah. Cole made a good response.
Exactly. Yeah.
This 3-ball is kind of big for the 2-railer.
I would go up top. I would go up to the top rail with right spin, trying to hit the side rail and then into the one.
Into the one full.
You could still scratch, but
it's unlikely. He's looking at that. He's looking at what part of the rail, how far over he can hit. Right.
Yeah, and
these rails will grab.
Oh yeah, they'll grab the English for sure. Now I hate to go for the one rail kick without using that second side rail and just whiff this one, giving a ball in hand.
Yeah.
And that is a big chance if he doesn't use the second rail here.
It's a higher risk, higher reward because you're going for the make, right? It's a bigger ball to make it that direction, but
you can make it in the corner here off 2 rails though. And you're guaranteed to hit more often.
Yep,
Oof.
He actually went too tight. Wow.
Good effort.
He could have actually made that one almost. It was coming in good. Now this 4-ball is kind of tucked away underneath the 5 a little bit.
Yeah,
it's the only tricky part, I think, right?
Well,
I guess 2 to 3 is also pretty long. And anytime you're going long distance.
Yeah. He's got to get on the 4 pretty decent to be good on the 5, right?
Yeah.
The 6 doesn't really play in that side. It doesn't go by the 7. So it all depends on how he gets on this 3-ball later on. If he gets on the 3 pretty well, he should get on the 4 nicely and then be able to play from underneath the 6. But you wouldn't believe how little out of line starts to compound.
Yeah, compound. Yeah.
All right, can't afford straight on the 2 though.
Uh-oh.
He's going to get enough.
He's okay.
Yeah,
Not a big
just
bounce.
enough though.
Yeah. It's always like, okay, as long as I pass the 2, I'm good. Oh wait, there's a rail involved. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now he's got to go between the 6-7. Now does he go past and spin up, above the 6 between the 3-6? Does he try to kill this and come one rail just over for the cut shot? You could even draw between the 9-5 right here. Got a stun draw. Looks like he's trying to go between the 6-7 and then back out between the 6-9. Yeah. Careful.
Side pocket. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
All right. His angle's actually not too bad to come down for this 4-ball. Just has to make sure he gets far enough down table, right?
Yeah. And again, this is a little preference. If you're playing well, 1 rail is just fine. Straight up the table for the shot. You don't have to come 2 rails into this. I understand people say, well, you're coming into the line. Well, you're also adding a lot of spin, right?
And a lot of other variables, right, in the shot.
Yeah, and I don't mind spin, but I still think without spin, if I can do it, I'm going to do that, right? Straight high ball, 1 rail straight down the center of the table. Just like that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yep. And he's got far enough, looks like, for sure.
Okay, so this is where he needs to come back, kind of not as far as where he's at there, but I would come above it. Yeah, I like being above this 5-ball. And then I can get underneath the 6 pretty easily. If you try to kill this and stay, kind of on the right side of the 5, our right side of the 5 as a viewer, you get straight, this could get funny. Then you got to bank the 6, That's a smart shot. Get that above angle.
Yep. Take that long distance over any sort of straightness, right, all day.
Yeah, now you're flowing in the direction you need to go with the top ball.
It's like you said, though, you're talking when you're on those slick tables, you're playing these type of positions more, and then you're trying to play like he's doing now underneath the 6 to shoot it up table, because when you got those long rails, even though you're playing on those 4-inch pockets, they're slippery, right? So a good stroke will make it.
Yeah, that's a little slide of the ball, right? The big thing about the Moscone, of course, slick table's tough. People don't realize, of course, the pocket, but if you have to apply side spin, you better be swinging the cue well. And that's the big problem, is the Moscone tends to make you not swing exactly how you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always coming around it more.
Yeah, and kind of looked at that. And And I think what Cole does a lot is he sizes up to where, yeah, I know I can put inside, right, and get for the other corner. But what if I just don't add any English to this 5-ball, and where's the cue ball going?
What
This
happens?
works. Yeah, let me just get the speed right.
Yeah. Big shot. Just off center.
Yeah, the kind of shot, when you miss, you hit it into the left point a little, just a little rattle. If you stay clean, we're going to hear a loud noise. Like that.
Yep.
Right, the
Big
back
thud,
of the pocket, yeah. You'd have to say if Cole gets out, he definitely deserves to win in this first set. Oh my.
Oh,
Talk
no.
about commentators curse. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That must have been one of your worst, huh?
Well, especially because I don't really know the guy. Now I really feel bad about it. So,
Oh, no.
yeah. Talk about the quick transitions, though, right? It's got a little quick there is all with
Yep.
that little bit of left side spin. So, touchy little shot here, though.
Ouch.
We'll put that one on Joe Town right there.
Yeah, Joe Town saying great first set. Yeah. I think that was the real curse.
Yeah, he must be
least-
a commentator himself.
That one's in writing at least, you know.
There you go. Yeah,
Oh,
I like
speed.
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
just barely cleared it. Nice.
Well, when you're coming across the spot and the ball's deep, it's funny to try and play into the rail. So
Yeah.
you'll see a lot of players try and straight draw
Just straight
out of
draw,
that. Yeah, because everything's kind of on them then.
Yep.
You know, if you hit it well, you get a good shot. If you don't, maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go.
All right, I think we'll need to take a quick one after that rack, and we're going to be going to Hill, looks like. Wowza. All right, video time.
All right. Just like the professional matches, when it's hill, there's a rare break and run.
Yes, indeed. We got action, that's for sure.
And I think the 9's got him cut off. He definitely can kick behind it. I don't know how comfortable this kick is, though. It's a lot of angle on this ball. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 6 balls in the way of the 2 railers, so.
yeah, and if he rolls out up table, you can't roll out to where Cole's going to just bank the 1 down and put you behind the 6.
Or even the 9-8, yeah.
Yeah, or the 9-8. Yeah, either one. So he may have to take on this kick, trying to figure out a way. Maybe.
Maybe even a little swerve.
Maybe. The kick, though, really, hey, if he can swerve the ball, that's fine, and try and cut it. Because you're not going to hit it thick too often usually, and you might get separation. I like trying to kick the one right before the side, right where he's looking, right? And hit before the side and let it go between the
And then your
5-4 down, you know?
Your cue ball kind of goes towards 9 a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind even sticking it. I don't want to get too involved. This is a
Okay.
tricky, I don't want to leave him like a duck, you know?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I want to stick the ball right there, and if the one ends up hitting the 5 or hitting the 2, at least he's still got to come with a pretty decent shot.
Mm-hmm. Now, how often does this cue ball scratch in the top right corner?
Well,
I've seen the pros do this a couple times, but I've seen it mainly off of like 2 rails type of thing. Cause it's kind of just unlucky at that point, right? Cause
a little bit, because you can't judge so well,
exactly.
right? I mean, speed gives you a better chance to not have something happen sometimes, right? This angle here, you need actually a hair of left English, because you're coming in at a very shallow angle. If you're a little left of the spot, now you're coming into the kind of the butt of the one, meaning real head on.
Real head on,
yeah,
so
exactly.
that's
This one
likely.
you're coming in shallow, so you kind of got to straighten the ball out just a hair.
To prevent that,
And it helps prevent the scratch.
Yeah.
It's not only the right way to hit the kick, but it helps prevent the scratch.
Makes a lot of sense.
Now, you can get involved trying to come behind the 8-9. It's certainly there, but you're liable to leave a real easy shot.
He was looking at it thin, too. Hit it thin towards the 6. He said it's backboard. This could work.
This ain't bad.
Shot. He almost hit it to where he would have stuck on the 6 and pushed the 6 up as a bigger snooker ball, but he's left a tough cut.
Well, this type of cut has really been the theme for Cole the entire match. He's had a bunch
third,
of them.
Fourth, something like that.
Yeah, he's made several of them. He had a couple of them that were misses, but
now, granted, most of those were on the 2 ball, right?
Right.
You think that affects the sighting? Maybe the 2 being on the blue felt at all ever, or
no, I don't really.
Eyes, right?
Yeah.
It's a big shot in this match. 1-1.
It's a little funny, meaning he can't afford a left at all. He can't afford a scratch. Could maybe fluke the 9 with a little left English, but you don't want to end up like in between on the 2. You overcut it. That's going to hurt unless he flukes the 5. Okay, I have to go rail first here, trying to come 3 rails between the 6-9 for the 2 and the left side. I don't want to lay up for this combination. This is a real easy rail first shot, really.
Now, if I went the rail first, they're always coming out spicier than you think. Just because of how thin you hit that ball, right?
Yeah.
I feel like everybody I always see that in league or whatever shoot that, they're always zinging the ball way farther than they ever have to, right? You really just got to roll it nice and like lag speed kind of thing, right?
A little more than that. A little more. It's kind of like the speed you want it to come out at, just like when a ball's hanging, right? And so you don't get it to hydraulic, right?
Yeah.
You're taught a lot of times whatever speed you want it to come out at is the same speed you shoot in at, But this isn't so natural. He's overhit this, but he's going to have to make – he might get a free one, though, where he can roll it in the corner and put him behind the 5 or the 4, excuse me. Well, he can't do that, I guess. He's got to play shape, right?
I think he's got to try to go to make it.
I don't know. It's pretty easy snooker. Now, it looks like maybe if he plays it in the corner, maybe he can bump the 4 a little bit. I would consider the safety here, and I'm a pretty aggressive player, but
yeah, safety lay is real natural.
Yeah. No, everyone wants to go down shooting, but this one's pretty treacherous.
This is a nice safety, though, too, because the way the 4 lays, you could easily still hit it a little too hard and it bump it into the rail and out, and it's still snookering,
It's still okay. Now, that is good point. Easy to not get a rail. Make sure the cue ball gets the rail. The 2 may go into the 6 if you play the safety.
Yeah.
You could chip the 2 into the 4 and go up behind the 8. That's a pretty good one, too.
Yeah.
Hit the left side of the 2. Pretty natural. Oh,
He's playing the 6 ball.
Yeah. He didn't see that other shot, the one I mentioned second. It might have been the shot. You know why? Because if you play the 2 into the 4, the 5's got the rail covered up to where even if you let him see the 2,
it's a tough combo, right? Yeah, he's not
got no shot. Yeah.
It's a containing at worst safety, right?
Exactly, and you could really jelly him up behind the 8 because it laid real natural to do so, just rolling your ball. So
yeah, good point, Daniel. Go back and rewatch this. You can learn something.
I wonder what he's doing here.
Chipping off the right side?
He was aiming like, or, evaluating like he was playing the left.
Oh, he's on the left side. Interesting. Playing behind the 5? This 8 ball's a big...
Yeah, watch
in the
that
way.
point you were talking about earlier. Just watch that point. He got it past.
Okay, he's good.
Nice shot. He didn't get the snooker, but he did a lot.
Yeah, same thing you said, though. Is at worst, as long as he passes the side, he's going to leave at best an awkward containing shot. Now what about this one? Hear me out. You go thin off the edge of the 2 with some inside, and you use the 4 as the snookering ball.
You could do that
after it comes down. Table,
if it bumps just right.
It bumps just right, and then you come down and just hug and like freeze to the 4.
I would probably cut the 2 into the rail, right, with a high left, to where hopefully the 4 kind of holds it. Even if it doesn't, that's okay. Because look, you see where the 5's at?
Yeah, you're still leaving a bank shot to a 4. That's hard.
Yeah, look how far the 2 can come out to the middle of the table, and you still don't leave a pocket. And I would float with a high left and try and come back where the cue ball's at now.
Okay, so you can actually be a lot more aggressive with the speed.
Exactly, right? Come all the way back where it's at now with the cue ball, a high left rolling ball, right?
Yeah,
you got the 9 and the 8 there. The 2's got to come all the way to almost the spot area to give up that corner. Yeah, exactly. But that's hard. I mean, that comes with a lot of experience, that kind of shot. Recognizing that you got a lot of room, He might be going for the bank. He's looking at your shot. He's looking at your shot to thin the 2.
Thin the 2 with some right spin.
Yeah. Could give up the cross side bank here, though.
Or just give up the 2 and there's a duck in the side. He's looking there, yeah. It's got to hit the angle on the 2 to the 4 real precise.
Yeah, and the only thing that Daniel doesn't recognize is how much the 5 is working for him here to make the safety maybe a little more simple. He's going for the bank, I think. Watch out for the cross corner scratch in the lower left. This is going to be okay.
It's going to leave something tough at least.
Yeah. It sounded like he caught a double kiss on the 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
It kind of came across pretty flat, it seemed like, right?
Yeah, like the 4 didn't allow the cue ball to get out of the way. And talk about leaving a touchy one. Huh.
Now,
Super tough.
What about this one? You shoot the... I guess when Albin shot it, this was a lot more off the rail, but you hit that high right spin shot, hit it out of 2 corners, but check it off that top end rail.
Yeah, and he was a lot closer to the object ball when he did that too.
Yeah, he was a little closer, that's true.
Yeah, this is tough. I don't know. I mean, you could easily, if you get flirty here, give up like a duck shot, trying to play safe.
Now what about just... as long as you avoid the double kiss, I guess, push the 2, kind of like a snooker shot. Kind of shoot this 2 pretty full and follow it with the cue ball behind the 8-9 and get the 2 ball to stay to the right of the 4, maybe.
Okay, now the good thing about this is, right, again, if you want to get behind the 8-9, go ahead and let the 2 come up off the bottom rail on your shot. Remember, the 5's helping you, right?
5's helping, yeah.
I mean, it's still touchy no matter what. And this is the problem with pool, is all these situations come up every match that we never practice.
Oh yeah,
and that doesn't mean you don't practice, but you can't practice all of them.
How the heck can you? How the heck can you like set this shot up and think about it, right?
Yeah, that it's going to come up, right?
Yeah, you go back and watch it from when you did it in a match. That's the only time you ever think about it, right?
Yeah, so that's why it's all a little opinion, but then you go with your gut instinct because again, you've never shot this before, but this is what I think is best.
Yeah.
Watch out, 9 ball. He's rearing up a little.
Going for the cut.
Watch out, 9 ball.
Oh, 9 ball. Wow, you called it. Now, it's going to be a fun 8-9 at the end of this rack.
Yeah, the 6 is there, though. He should be able to get short side.
Oh, yeah, true.
This first shot really is the shot. It's a little tricky. The 8's
on the
there. 4. Yeah, a little tricky.
Can you push this inside 2 rails, 3 rails?
Yeah, you can come across 2 rails. You just have to be willing to accept a little longer shot on the 4. That's what I would try to get, 2 rails in between the 6-8.
Well, then what about inside?
Inside's okay. Also, you just got to clean it, pure it.
Yeah, he's doing that.
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
It's going to get on the rail maybe? No,
he's
okay.
Perfect. Okay, this is where you start to think a little about the 6. I'm not saying don't trip out about it, but what would be kind of ideal for you from here. You
Mhm.
know, if you made a plan.
Yeah, just don't get to like the spot on the cue ball with the 6, because that's just a little too flat. As long as you get an angle kind of in either direction, it's easy to come across with the 8.
I probably set up to come at the 6 2 rails, kind of getting close to it,
Okay.
because I can handle any angle to get behind the 8,
Mhm.
right? I'm going to stay pretty full on the 6 to where I don't make a missable ball out of things, okay?
Yeah.
And if I had to get dead straight and cross side the 8 or play draw
Yeah.
stroke to play the combination on it, that's fine
That's
as well.
fine because you're close.
Yeah,
right?
but what's the odds of getting straight? It's
Yeah,
hard.
It's real hard.
Okay, so if you're coming 2 rails at it, you're going to get
Mhm.
close to it, and if you get a little angle, it's like cupcake to get behind the 8.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here's okay, 2 rail zigzag coming
Yep.
at it. That's fine as well. It would have been ideal to be on the side rail to follow 2 rails at it.
Mhm.
You know, that would be ideal.
That's where you put
but-
ball in hand, right?
Yeah,
But,
exactly. Pretty
Uh-huh.
much, yeah. Kind of worked on a similar shot earlier. Worked on it with you as well,
Mhm.
as far as how to get that nice release on this stun, 2 rails back.
The stun slide amount of right.
Yeah,
too
not a
much.
whole lot. Yeah, there you go. Would have wanted a little closer, but he's going to get the angle
Yeah,
he
he's
needs.
got a perfect angle.
And that's why you come close on that, because if you end up getting a little too much angle, the
Mhm.
closer you are, you can manipulate the cue ball.
Yeah. Now you can follow or stun. Probably follows easier to control. Right. It's a little bit more angle, I guess. It kind of gets closer to the
He's
8.
got such a good stroke. I mean, he
Yeah,
should
just
be able to
stun it.
draw over
Yeah.
and not really even stun, just a nice little light draw
Yeah,
stroke.
light draw.
Yeah. And remember on these, you want to put a hair of left,
Mm-hmm.
but don't try to overhold it and
Yeah,
put a ton
yeah.
of left or anything like that. Your
Mhm.
draw stroke's going to kill the ball just fine. He's following. I like to draw myself, but again, preference means a
Mhm.
lot.
Yeah, looks like he's putting a little bit of left.
Oh, he hit it sweet. He's going to get a real nice one to end this match.
Wowza. No commentator curse this time?
Well,
Anybody in the chat saying the set's over? No, not yet. Not yet. Good job. Rumor has it they're playing a second set too. Yowza. And there it is. Daniel closes out the first set. Sounds like I believe they're going to be playing again, but we'll take a quick break and get back at you. Oh no, they're lagging it up right away. So, yep, I think we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
are?
Yeah, pennies I can't see from sitting there, so I put those on. You can keep them. Keep them there.
Nice.
Lucky. See if anybody steals them.
Good one, man. I gotta match up with you, guy. How much handicap I can give? Well, I will. Good. I leave it open and she fucking runs out on me every time. So I gotta pull those crazy shots through here. Right? Right, buddy? Play pool? No. Do you enjoy it? Hey, I won in the race. We got a $50 race. I gave you 500 seconds. Oh. How old are you in this? You're like 18? That was earlier this year. Well, yeah. What game you watch? Wow. Ready. She wants to play. That's a very good match. You enjoy watching it? You're a tough homer. You got enough players here for a tournament. Hey, you want to say yeah, I think last time I looked was like a horse shot. Yeah, that's good. No, I think it's got through. Yeah, I can. It's right. It's right.
I haven't seen any posters down there. I hear you're always on the Saturday morning. I just want to
Holy shit, then you son. I try to make it smile. Was it picture? Hey, you stick this long? Hey, you're gonna have to go around the ferry. There's no more ferries. You got to go around. Hey, you're in the service. Oh, I love her. I love you a second. Hey, you guys are cute. You guys going to the Moscone or no? Are you guys going to the Moscone? Well, not, next weekend we're going to Oregon. All right, I'll see you guys. Hey, I'm going to invite you guys to go eat. Not tonight. Right? You guys want to go eat? Okay? Let me just say that. You guys have my best. You guys have my best. Well, this guy too, man. I like this guy. It's your little friend there. Maybe.
Just getting the ball to come across, and then the draw shot, and then the two rail to there. And as I didn't get to do the three rail to this, I was having trouble with the draw shot.
So we're gonna go play with No, that's not going there. One in Linwood. This, I guess they got a place that they Right, yeah. That's where I'm at. play no safe. Play. I run every fucking ball. Run a ball. Right for the 9. The 9. Like shit. Before I know, the last one was
Well, that's what I heard too. They were taking the match.
9 balls. He come with like 2 9s. The rest of them run every fucking ball. Had a great run though. Are you going to the Moscone? Play in everybody. So, that's a cool word. That's a lot of people. So we're going to go to the next, not this weekend, but the following. You going to be there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I know.
I'm working Saturday, Sunday, so I'll be there. No, I don't. Not right now.
That's cool.
Yeah, sometimes.
No, sometimes. I did it for 2 years. This is my only fun. Well, not a big.
Still pretty big.
What's this? Oh, this is an area? Oh, Bellingham. Really?
Alright, man, give me a ride in my car. I gotta get up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You do?
Well, you even go to bed.
But the freaking garage are freaking closed.
What? Are you parked over there?
Midnight delays, but yeah. I don't like to push it because like one time they were having to like get this picture. That's how. I think it's the weekdays that are the problem.
Melissa Russian text me. Can you text me? It's right there.
Text me when you're close to your house.
Yes. Stop it. You need to get up about 6 in the morning.
Are you in Vancouver permanently?
Pretty much right now.
Yeah? You should be playing for the Washington team.
California driver's license.
Oh, so you have to be a resident. How long you have to be a resident?
You just have to have a license, not just be lazy to go to one.
So, where in California?
Well, I actually drove down to California. So I actually had the Washington address on the California.
Where in California?
I live in San Francisco.
Oh. I moved in 85 to the state of Washington from the Bay Area, Pittsburgh, California. I used to go to Nashville. We go over there for the weekends. Well, that's my greatest ever. That's where I meet all the good-looking girls. I'm old, I can't meet anybody. Anybody I meet has got a baggage. Hey, what? You young? You can get up, no problem. Well, let me visit her there. Go. Okay?
Can't hit the ball straight.
Right? The thing has to do with the tall boy you have, brother.
Really? I'm pretty good. I haven't been playing.
I know. And 9 foot is his tall.
I love how these pockets are huge, where you can hit like 14 balls into the pocket.
You come up here and hit some balls a couple times before that tournament.
Yeah, they're super quick.
Because I went to a couple of the events, but I literally had no time prior. I was working so much.
Yeah.
I pretty much played the event in July. I skipped the one in August, then I didn't play again until the September event. Like 6-7 days a week and like 14, 16 hours a day.
You gotta play quick. Or you gotta play it though.
Yeah. I still play some of this game.
You play good. You just gotta stay in the right mind frame and.
Yeah, and the last event too, I was playing last match of the night and I was fucking back spasm right in the middle of the match that,
When is your surgery?
I just did another MRI this morning.
Oh, so you're not. You just went up, back out of the muscle.
Well, I was trying to get it at the beginning of December so I would have 2-3 weeks to rest before Christmas. And then, so I went to talk to the surgeon about scheduling it, and then he was like, well, most people just blah, and let's get another MRI. And so I did that this morning, so I expect to hear back tomorrow.
Shouldn't have backed out. I still have the ticket. I have Steve Gray's ticket now.
Oh, yeah.
Because I gave you the money back.
Yeah.
No one's taking it. Tina's supposed to be going, but I don't know about her.
Yeah. She texted me and told me she bought a ticket.
See, I'm hitting a straighter now. I've made like 6. Well, we got extra room, so maybe you want to come.
There's no El Chapo business. If it was like 20 years younger, She's the boss.
Done.
Hey, I think I love you more than you love me. Left, right. Fuck you, man. See, I'm right. So I'm gonna finish my 300 roll. I got like this much.
I'm gonna leave before him.
How are you leaving?
Right now.
Holy shit. What, you taking my girl? You taking my girlfriend? Friend.
I'm just leaving. I don't know.
Never against their
Susan?
I don't know.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, caps.
I don't think he'll keep it.
Hey, I'm so happy to see the way.
They've got lots of pool tables down there.
Oh yeah, yeah. So you're not going to you're not going to Vegas, but you're in the Vegas?
We'll be down there about, I'll be down there.
Oh shit, really? You guys going to Vegas?
No, I'm going to Vegas.
No, you're going to the Legend. I'm so happy to see you guys. Yeah.
We had a blast. Well, just hopefully we get to like 6 or 7. It'll be a little rowdy. Not European rowdy. I was drunk last night. The whole time. It'll be different. I don't know how bad it's going to be. The one in Vegas, I handle it.
There's a stack.
You should have got signatures. What, are you too shy? Well, you got Daniel and Cole. You guys doing another one?
Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Oh, you're good, bro.
Are you staying here the night?
I'm not. I gotta drive back and yeah, I gotta work tomorrow, so
Oh,
it's a little
Are you
brutal.
still cool with
I mean, I'm good. Like I
Because
can.
I'm gonna be at Legends on Friday.
Are you?
Yeah, on the Friday before, and I'm gonna just be there practicing and looking for action anyways.
Okay.
So like, because I know what you got like an hour, or maybe more than that.
Yeah, it's a 2.5 hour drive.
I'm cool with anything, you know, because I'm like an hour out, so I can stay and play all night, or I know.
I mean, as long as my girl wants to drive, I can sleep in the car. Sure. I'm good, but yeah, let me just check with her.
Because I'm cool with playing on.
Yeah.
It's literally this Friday.
Yeah.
I'm completely fine with that. So whatever you feel comfortable with. 'Cause I know you got.
Yeah, let me just think about it for a second, and then I don't want to put you one side.
No, I completely understand. Though I didn't even realize.
If
it's like
they're
11
sticking
o'clock.
around to do like the commentary, I say we just play, just because they've already kind of hung out. So
Sure.
yeah, I don't know if Jeremy's dipping out.
Why is this important?
Mike or
I think they said Jeremy was gonna stick around.
shooting, man. That's a
Yeah, that was
that's a pressure cooker.
yeah,
feeling,
that's
dude.
like the environment, man. It's super hard for me.
No, it's tough. It's like, yeah, it's good though. I mean, it can make
Yeah, definitely.
all right, bro.
How many of you rich people want to play, friends?
Yeah, they're all.
All right, we're back for a second set, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we were talking about it, what was going to happen, but turns out players are ready. They're rocking and rolling. Jeremy's just off talking to some fans, and he'll be right back, so do not go anywhere. Looks like Daniel's off to the first break in this one, so Daniel being up 1-0. Now they're upping it up, the same thing. Race to 9. Oof. Bad miss on that one. I think some folks are in the room are hustling, bustling about, walking around still, so maybe just a little bit of focus has escaped the room slightly, but I think in due time the players will settle in, get ready to go. JJ is outside just signing autographs, and he'll be back in a bit. But yes, Lee Baldwin, the show must go on. Triple G's asking about the next One Pocket tournament at Ox. Yeah, we got to schedule one. We I think what we're short on is tournament directors. So if anybody wants to come and do some tournament directing for us and run some stuff, we'd be happy to set it up. When you got the live stream going and the stuff, tends to be more than a one-person job is the only thing, so just need a little teamwork and we can get it rolling. He got a little bit funny on this 5. I think he was expecting the 5 to run a little bit farther because he played his cue ball with just a follow to come across. And now a tight shot. Kind of jacked up, kind of close to the ball. Got to still put a good stroke behind this. Draw it back, try to get over and straighter for this 6 in the corner. I think probably just places across one rail again. Yeah, let me know. Triple G. Shot of the rack here for sure. Lightning slams that one home clean as a whistle. And he's perfect in the 7 now. Just roll forward. And once again, strong opening start from Cole if he can clean up these 2 balls. No such thing as commentator curse at this point. I've already Dotted my T's, crossed my I's. Wait, that's the wrong order. I guess this is the 9-ball player's dream, just off center. Enough off the rail to stop it home. Bang, bang. Cole Gibbons once again taking a 1-rack-to-nothing lead. I wonder how much of this rack or this match is going to be in similarity to the previous one. I'm sure it'll still be close. We'll just have to see. And then it's like Double J's on his way back. All right. Jeremy's back in the booth, hanging and swinging.
Yeah, what happened in our first game there, Christian?
It was another, I think it was a Daniel break off, and then he ended up missing a 2-ball down the rail. It wasn't the easiest, but it was a makeable 2. And I think left a pretty open rack. But then Cole came with the tough 6-ball, playing at a full table, kind of tucked up under 7, and then proceeded to run out after there. So a couple tough shots from Cole to take advantage of the Daniel mistake in the first one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's looking to see if about playing a 2-way a little bit.
Bank this double.
Yeah.
Double bank in the worst case safe.
Yeah, a little bit. And again, it's one of those banks really that doesn't want to hang too much unless you're playing on a real tight table. So drag the cue ball down by the 6 somehow, maybe something like that. And a good clean strike there.
And zings it.
Confident stroke.
Some folks in the chat trying to start up a 1-pocket tournament apparently. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. We had one earlier. It was fun.
Sweet.
I think if we get the word out though, I think there'll be some more players coming by. I hear there's some good 1-pocket players in the area.
Oh yeah. I think Seattle was known more a little bit for 1-pocket overall.
Overall, yeah.
Yeah, back in the day anyway. So.
Well, you got Dan Louie, I guess. You know him, right?
Oh yeah, real
Yeah,
well.
he's the best of the Northwest was one of the nicknames, I think.
Yeah, and you know Harry Plattis, a legendary kind of guy that played, and Cole Dixon was a better 1-pocket player than people gave him credit. A really great 9-ball player. Now he's going to go kind of at the 4. He's a little worried because when you stun off this ball, that upper right corner is a big pocket. So if he doesn't mind kind of rolling this a little bit and going at the 4, maybe a little bump kind of speed. Otherwise, he's taking a little chance.
It's almost like you got to do like a drag shot, stun shot to keep it, to hold it, you know?
He's going behind it, maybe. He's drawn past the 6 to the side rail.
Oh, okay.
And trying to move the rock.
Mega draw.
And not really too much. Just get a little flow with the cue ball. Yeah. Because you want it to come up some, right? See how it's kind of flowing a little bit more? Now he decided to play from underneath, which is just fine.
Yeah.
And the real reason you can do that is because the 6 is pretty handy. You know, if the 6 is pinned somewhere, maybe you do something different on the 3. And I think really a little unlucky because he fell a little on the 50, meaning the side's not super easy, but the corner's not either.
I feel like he's at 6 is accessible. It's kind of just bear down, make this ball.
That's right. Go forward, take the angle.
Sends it home.
I'll tell you what. From what I've seen so far, stroke has gotten a lot smoother.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's in revenge mode now.
Well, the 2 ball was a real clean stroke, you know, and that's a shot that you can kind of quiver on a little bit because you're playing a 2-way, right? And a 2-way, sometimes you get involved with the cue ball or how am I going to miss well, you know, versus missing and selling out.
Yep. Oh, he's getting a little close, but he's all right.
Yeah, a little pinch of the cue ball. When you're close to the ball like this and you have some angle, straight low really holds the ball nicely if you don't want to go across. Nothing wrong with going across the 8 either, but straight low can hold the ball
Almost
if you
kills
need
it,
it.
yeah.
Looks like he's wanting to go across to me. Yeah.
Oof. It looked like he missed that straight off the cue.
Yeah, well, that goes back to what we talked about last time.
Mm-hmm.
He was close to the ball. Cue ball doesn't really have much time to revolve, and he kind of punched it, so it
yeah,
grabbed
it was
a little bit
sliding,
on him.
uh-huh,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
And actually, that's a ball that wants to jaw a lot. Less than a millimeter. If he misses more to the right, that
Yeah,
ball
it was
jaws.
going to rattle, yeah. So I was saying that I thought for sure it was going to stay up.
Well, if you notice Cole, he was definitely watching it as it went to the pocket. So.
All right, another one down. Similar start to the last rack or the last match. 2-0 from Cole. Then a Daniel response, and then a back in the 4th.
Yeah, it was a break and run in the second game last match as well. So, nice break and run there.
Yeah.
With the bank on the 2 to get started. Real nice shot on the 3. Ooh, nasty little kick on the cue ball. Yeah. It's going to turn out real nice, though. Going to get a little jacked up or say awkward cueing.
Yeah. This is the hardest shot, though, right?
Yeah.
2 to 3 maybe is a little tricky.
Yeah, it depends on where you get on the 2.
Don't think it goes into the side past the 4.
Real natural, though. One rail between the 2 and 4 with the cue ball. Yeah, just, you know, when you have to use what I call talent, meaning on speed control, just swing the cue. I mean, you're going to do it better naturally than trying to gauge it. And that doesn't mean swing hard. Just let it go. See what happens. That's going to end up a little short and make things awkward. Now, can he just pinch it?
Pinch draw it back a little bit?
Yeah.
Or just you can actually go forward and check it maybe?
And
even?
take that cut I was talking about, but that's too thin. Now, this is the type of shot, if you get kind of punchy, you're not going to get all the way across. You have to smooth this ball.
Yeah, because it's that ideal speed.
Yeah, you
too,
see
that
how
grab.
it went outward, though, off the hit, right?
You want to minimize the tangent line effect, right?
Yeah. And, you know, I don't know Cole, but I'd like to ask him, were you really trying to go short inside the 4 right there? That's an awkward way to play shape. You know, he looked at getting above it is where he put his cue stick before he got down. Here, this is real natural. 1, 2, 3 rails back across.
Yep.
Key to this shot is rotate the cue ball. It cuts so easy. Oh, nice shot.
Stays above the 5 or it's going to get weird. No, he's good. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, he's putting a ton of high on there just to make sure you got that good stroke into it. Yep.
Yeah, good clean contact on the 3. The thinner you get, you really want a higher tip position overall. It gives you a little more room for air. This may get a little straight.
Uh-oh.
He's okay.
He's all right because the 7 is so close. You can always just stop it there. Now I noticed, especially in the slick tables, you get a lot more players. I think I noticed the most with like Skylar's game, a lot more follow on the 3 rails and out type shots, like the 7 ball, for example. Focusing on the arc of the cue ball more than like the spin grabbing with the rails.
You mean with like a straight top, you
With
mean?
like a straight top, yeah, to get 3 rails and out sometimes.
As long as you don't get too thin.
Yeah, as long as you don't get too thin,
If
exactly.
you're thicker is where you stay away from the side spin on the slick table, because as long as you smooth it, you can do the same thing with straight top.
You could do a straight top.
Yeah, you may not get quite as close to the next object ball, but you're still going to be okay.
But it's almost a cleaner way to play it to get it more consistent, almost, right? Because you can't predict the grab of the side sometimes as much.
Yeah, the deflection really. I mean, it doesn't take much to get off,
Yeah.
So this one I don't mind coming back like he's doing, to be honest with you, because he's going to get thin if he goes forward, most likely, unless he stays a long ways away. So he wanted to make sure a little more full hit.
Yeah. And I don't know, this one, I mean, you can just go what? Probably inside is the wrong shot. A little bit of outside is better, but
if he
I'm always afraid.
Yeah, if he has the angle where he's coming 1 rail at the back of the 9, right? Mm-hmm. It's how comfortable you are. I don't mind putting a tip of left myself. Just make sure I make a good stroke, right? Or you just draw above it, one of the two. Yeah, his stroke is definitely cleaned up. Mm-hmm. That's why his cue ball's moving so much easier as well. So.
All right, puts us at 3-0. So a little bit of a change in the beginning of this one compared to the last one.
Yeah, well, definitely a big punishment for that mistake in game 1 so far.
Yeah, just the one mistake, right? So that's what, 2 breaking runs back to back?
That's right. So he's doubled his first set on that early. Now, last set wasn't really a whole lot of early misses. There was, I think, 1 on a thin 2 ball. But really it was like a lot of safeties after the break, stuff like that.
Yep. Came across it again, but he's all right. 2 ball where he could end up.
Yeah, sweet.
Nice.
Yeah, now the 7's made the 3 a little funny. So you're probably going to play from underneath and kind of swing the ball to the rail and back out for the 5. You could try to land between the 7-9, but that's kind of taking a chance.
That's a little risky.
Yeah. Now, can you cheat the pocket and just draw back between the 7-9? That's actually better.
You're avoiding all traffic, right?
If you can cheat the pocket, you're supposed to take the shot on itself, meaning draw the ball and get good shape on this 3, I think. And I think he can do it because he's so close to it. This is going to get tough.
Ooh, it's gonna be too thin on this 3-ball. Might have to go in the other corner.
Yeah, he may actually have to take a little chance with a high ball coming 3 rails kind of at the 7.
Mm-hmm.
I probably dig on the cue ball still.
Yeah.
I'm
Just come across, dig.
well, it's a preference thing. I'm pretty
Yeah.
good at the pull shot with low outside. I'm not afraid to put the tip out there a little bit.
That's like an Earl shot too.
Yeah.
He sends those home nice.
Well, you better practice it because it's one of the biggest recovery shots there is.
There, yeah, especially rotation, right?
Yeah. And not only that, he was kind of playing shape for a similar shot. So you need to be comfortable because sometimes you have to play shape for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's going to hit that gap. I
Ooh,
think.
watch out, 9-ball. Watch.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Rails have gotten a little livelier at times, I think.
Yeah, that is the one thing I've heard in terms of like people talking about these Rassons is the bed slate Simonis plays quick like you expect, but it's really the rails that are just real bouncy.
Yeah. Well, I've been super impressed with the Rasson table as far as where they started and where they've come, and that's another thing they're always trying to improve, which is excellent.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah, I mean,
we need multiple pool brands out there all competing against each other because we're the ones that benefit the most, right?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, probably hit a hair right English, so we'll get a look at Daniel for the first time in a little while. Got a little bit of a funny shot, but he's close to it. This is where a shorter bridge really helps control that cue ball if you're going by that 6 a little bit.
It's almost a bar box type of shot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just dead center low, just a little behind it. Yeah. You put a little inside, that's fine. Sometimes you'll figure out you can use the second rail there and
that's what I
get
was
a
thinking.
little better.
Second round just gives you a little bit wider angle, right?
Right. But a lot of people think you need left to do that. But when you're close, straight low, as long as you draw it a little bit, it's going to go to that second rail.
That arc, yeah.
I think a big shot here, right? Even though it's early.
Oh, it's early, but it's pressure's on.
Well, and also, I mean,
Ooh, 9-ball?
could be side pocket blues as well.
Bump the 8? Oh, no.
Well, pretty makeable jump shot. Hard to get shape, though.
Yeah.
Probably a cross side bank. See, like if you take your time on this kind of shot, real hard to miss it, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Even if you're not the best jumper in the world, this is a pretty routine one.
It's just about cueing real straight, real clean, no side spin, unintentional. Nice. This 8-ball does reverse bank, so he's still.
Yeah, definitely banks. This is the one, no spin.
This is the natural path. You're gonna want to scratch on this other side pocket, right?
Well, that, and when you're tight on them and when you're behind it, you want to put spin, right?
Yeah.
But when it's a tight bank right there, it's like hard to miss as long as you stay smooth and you just play the natural little cut on the ball.
Yeah.
So
Just overcutting. You're good.
big out there from Daniel.
Yeah. Both players playing a little bit quicker. Not too bad. Do a quick break. Wow, talk about a break here. Oh, wow, this 8-ball just came to ruin the party, though.
Yeah, and then
It's actually...
tournament situation. I don't know if the breakout's there, but you can certainly play a solid safety bank in the 4 round, excuse me.
Yeah. I think he's looking at it. It's close.
Yeah, here you don't want the 4 to be banking 3 rails into the 7, though. Oh, he has a breakout.
Yeah, he has the breakout.
Yeah.
Just hit the nice full. Careful 8-ball. I think he's okay.
Yeah, look at this one. Remember, when you're close to it, there are more devastating safeties sometimes. Uh-oh.
Ooh, we didn't want to make that ball, I think.
I think he was trying to get up a little more.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the 6 didn't really pass the 9, I don't think.
Looks like he might have an edge. It's real tight, though.
Yeah, it's like a plane to nowhere, though.
Yeah,
I don't think it's doing anything. You
naked-
can't get past the 7.
Yeah, it's a naked.
If you do get past the 7, you're probably scratching in the side pocket.
Yeah, this is real weird.
Is he trying to come off the 7 back across where the cue ball's at now, somewhat?
I don't know what he's doing.
You got to kick to the bottom rail if you're going to kick, not the top rail.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it this way. It's just tougher. Sweet hit.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice.
Good? Is it going to get good? Nope.
He's going to take that.
It's a long shot, though, yeah.
Yeah. Super nice hit. And the kick there, I'll tell you, really looking at probably the right shot, because when you kick with that speed on the long rail's always good, because if you hit it any kind of solid, the ball's continuing down to the end rail the cue ball is.
Yeah, and you're
right?
separating them at least naturally.
Right. And if you catch it thin, it usually chops it.
You're zinging it.
And you're running the cue ball back up somewhere maybe, or over side rail. So there's a lot of good things that can happen. I just was looking at more of how many times am I going to hit the kick?
Yeah.
Going to the shorter side versus the top
percentage-wise,
side.
it's a little bit easier.
But still, he took it on, and I think that was right.
Now, do you play 7 into the bottom left corner pocket, or?
This is a little more how I like to make the 6, unless it needs to be. It looks like to me he's got to kind of smooth it in.
And just hold.
Yeah. Good effort.
Oof.
I'll tell you gotta like Cole. He takes dead aim, right?
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like that 2 ball he had in the previous set where he went just a little tough to get on the 3, but he kind of the same stroke on the rail.
That looks perfect. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we tried to play above the side. I thought follow and kind of check it, maybe even.
I don't
like
think there
punch it
was a
across?
wrong or right there.
Either one, right? As long as
Yeah.
you avoid the side, that's all. Now it lays natural to just kind of tic-tac-toe out almost.
Remember when we talked about earlier, you're not always going to deliver the right backswing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said that no matter what you deliver, you get used to going with it, meaning you keep the hand going through, right?
Yeah, you push through it regardless.
Yeah, and that's one thing Cole does really well. Sometimes he gets a little quick, and if you remember the shots early in the other set that he missed, some of the cuts, it was a little
quick.
more. Yeah, but he got quick going back, but then he let up.
Mm.
These, sometimes he's still getting a little quick at times, but he's going with it.
He's going through.
He's committing, on the downswing.
Yeah.
So, and all it does is when everything isn't right, it gives you a good chance,
Yeah. All right, so a little bit of a lead, huh?
Yeah, 4-1.
First three rack lead, I think. The first set we only went up to 2 max, something like that. I don't think anybody got.
Well, he's
Too
making
big of a
about
lead.
2 on the break this set, and the
Yeah.
way he's breaking, you kind of feel like he's going to get a shot to maybe extend that lead, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Triple G asking about does JJ have a junior player he wants? He's liking to watch right now.
Well, if you talk about juniors that aren't playing any, not that many pro tournaments or bigger tournaments, there's a ton of them, really. Lucas Werner from Connecticut just won the Ocean State over, who did he beat? Moritz Neuhausen from Germany, the
Oh, that
18-year-old
kid.
champion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just beat him in the finals this past weekend at the,
Oh, wow.
at the Ocean State, which is a big event up in the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas now I think is about 19 maybe or something like that. Trenton White, big upside. Tall guy like these guys, big frame, 17 years old, going to the World Junior Championships in Puerto Rico this weekend.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big event.
Yeah, Carlos Jimenez from Dallas area, kid that's come a long way with his game, got a lot of heart. Landon Hollingsworth from Greenville, South Carolina. He's got a big stroke. Of course, Joey Tate coming along every day. And there's a ton. Cash Keaton, bunch of kids up in the Ohio area. D. Atkins' son is a really good player, 18 or something like that. So.
What about the kid that won Oscar's event recently?
I've got to put my eyes on him play.
Oh, yeah.
I know he plays well.
Yeah,
I know he's fooling with Oscar a lot out there. So, I've seen his name. I've seen his results. I just hadn't got to put my eyes on him play yet. So,
Nice.
sounds like it will happen, though.
Eventually, yeah, we'll see.
Don't forget about the ladies as well.
Oh, yeah, of
a lot
course.
of young ladies that are playing great as well.
Pink Dagger, Roadrunner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sophia Mast.
Sophia Mast, yeah.
What's the young lady's name I watched play a couple times? She seems like she doesn't miss. What about the player that just took 5th in the WPA event at like 15 years old or 14 years old?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I know Sophia. I know Beth Tate. Roadrunner, what's her name? Real young girl, shorter girl.
That may have been who just took 5th, and they just
might
had a
be.
PBA event in Tennessee or Kentucky. I believe it was Tennessee, actually. Yeah. All right, big shot here. Stretch, little side spin maybe. Oh, that's a hot cue ball.
Savannah Easton.
That's right.
That's who it is.
That's who it was. Yeah, that girl makes a lot of balls. I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm a firm believer. excuse me, that America still carries the most talent. I really do. I mean, we got to develop it.
Per capita,
whatnot. Yeah, for sure. I think so. Anyways, a lot of things are kind of funny in pool, and it's just how it is. But and there's no right or wrong. But sometimes young players get in a winning situation instead of a little early instead of a learning situation.
Okay.
So, and it's nobody's fault. It's just how it is. So,
It could almost be detrimental in a way, possibly.
yeah, leagues, for instance, sometimes, I've seen, actually witnessed it. Oh, that's got a bite. That's going to bite. It bit for him.
Just right.
Overbit that
Yeah.
saved him. So he was trying to go on the other side or maybe float in without hitting that extra
Without
rail.
hitting that, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm been around pool rooms where that's my regular place. In different places I've lived, and I've literally seen very good young talent get recognized by other people and, oh, come play on my league team, you know, which nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
but then, you know, they'll have a cross side bank on the 8, right? And they're about to shoot it, and their guy says, no, don't shoot at that ball. You know, timeout.
Timeout. Oh no, what is this?
Yeah, well, don't worry. Daniel loves to have this opportunity, though, even though he's snookered.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's not a hard cross. Just don't baby it too much. That's the only way you can really miss it. But anyways, they'll tell them, oh, just bump this side of the 8 ball right here, and you can dead snooker them and get ball in hand. Well, that's you understand it, but that's not developing the right mindset to become better and better. Exactly. Let them run. Let them run. We can always pull them back a little bit, but you got to see if they can run.
You got to see what they can do. Yeah, exactly.
So, and I don't mean to knock leagues. I think leagues are great for our sport.
Sure.
You know, it's just like I said, a simple thing that does happen. You know?
The right balance. That makes a lot of sense. And then shout out to Raw Hanna and the GIC. I think he's doing a good job. Just getting the tour going for a lot of kids, and I think that's kind of what you're talking about, getting to more like learning type situations. You know, you're forced to, but you're going against kids your own age, and you're kind of growing in the same kind of ways across the board. I know there's a couple things talking about not racking with the template, for example. That way, you learn how to rack the balls well, etc. Because if you don't know how to rack well, you're not going to win. So if you want to win in the tour, you got to learn how to rack.
Yeah,
stuff
that's
like
just part of it, anyways.
Yeah.
Why not?
So stuff like that.
Yeah, well, nothing wrong with that competition, right? And those kids, the good thing is, and I'm a parent, so no parents take this personal. But if they see a kid running out, right, and they see better in front of them, the good thing then parents can tell them, hey, no, play safe and try and win. They're still going to look and try and be like that better kid.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So we got all that working for us for sure. And there are a lot of great kids to lead the way, to lead the way for those other kids. So.
For sure.
And I've been around the JIC a couple times.
Oh, yeah?
And the atmosphere from between the kids is incredible.
Is perfect, right?
Yeah. All right. Good shot, meaning correct shot, just a little light.
Yeah, ideally want to get behind the 9, but guaranteeing at least all the parts reach to where they got to get to.
And also shout out to all the parents for the JIC. I mean, they not only, and really a lot of them are very involved. Like the Wolfers, Shane Wolford's parents over in Roanoke. They put on many events during the year. They do everything they can for the kids. A lot of great ones in Florida that put a lot together for the kids. A big community that tries to help the juniors. So same thing in Texas and so on. That's just got to go a little bit.
Who's going to get there? Not quite.
Yeah,
He was going to make that ball, too.
Surrender ball in hand here, which really, if you look at the layout, really helps. I mean, you could give up a shot on the 2.
Yeah, anywhere from up down there, yeah. And
but
still,
it might be tough to get out because the 3's tough, the 4's tight.
Yeah, really, it's get the right from 3 to 4, and then you're out. Get good on the 3 to 4, and then.
Okay, I was gonna say normally, when you have to come up into position and it's kind of important and it's a short distance, you lessen the angle. That way you can slowly come up with the cue ball.
Yeah,
and
it's
less
touchy, right?
Right. And you don't have to be as babyish with it, right? You're not going to beat it down, but you can swing a little bit more. Yeah, like that, slowly come in there.
You can keep your swing the same as all your other shots. Right?
Yeah, and then just percentage-wise, you're not going to mess it up as much, basically. But a lot of people think, man, let me give this, until you know better, right? You think, let me give myself more natural angle to move that ball up there. So, and of course, April Larson, Savannah Easton. There's all kinds of great players coming up.
Mm-hmm.
2 rails here. Don't flirt with the 9 though.
Yep. You almost don't need the second rail, but you want to get far enough, right?
Yeah. See, and that's a little different as well. Like if I was going to play 1 rail, right?
Yeah.
Where Cole really minimizes the spin. He's going to bank this, I think. Or he's sizing up the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Where I don't mind spinning the ball where the cue ball really spreads across the floor a little more, you know?
If you're going 1 rail.
Exactly, you know. Like we talked about Ronnie, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like Ronnie would do that for snooker where a lot of other snooker players wouldn't,
they
right?
Just, stun it across or go the 2 rails, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
Just play it more natural. Likes to widen it up. It's like you said, he's a snooker player with a pool stroke.
Yeah. It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
All right, might bump the ball here.
He's almost putting a little bit of insight on it.
Yeah, that's a
He's
hard
playing
angle
to the
to
other side.
Yeah, another one you would rarely play that type of position between the 9 and 5 back.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So maybe a little fortunate there, but he kind of knew he wasn't getting snookered either, right?
Mm-hmm,
So if
at
it
least
gets
so
awkward,
could see
yeah,
it pretty
exactly,
full. He's
yeah,
close.
yeah,
A lot of options.
yeah, not missing the ball either.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there's a lot of value in the way he played it, especially because he's been in complete check so far.
Oh yeah,
He's not making
yeah.
any mistakes, so
Mhm.
why panic? So this is the type of shot he's close to again. If he punches it a little bit, he's got a chance to hit it thick.
Mm.
Like
That
that
slide.
7 ball earlier,
Yeah, it
remember?
doesn't want it to stand up. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it doesn't want to cut so easy when you stun here so close to the ball. Well, that was better.
That was good.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Phew, that was close. He's got to make a heck of a shot here on the 6. Tell you that.
Mm-hmm. What, stun out 2 rails or go around the 7 even?
No, I would draw low left.
Draw low left
Yeah.
and then cut them across, right?
Yeah, this is another one of those, like what we talked about, where, of course, you got to swing the cue, but the
Mhm.
cleaner you can swing it,
Yeah,
the
easier,
thicker you can hit it.
the more
Because
effortless this shot is. Yeah.
you got a chance for the ball to actually take the English and turn the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Overcut it just
Yep.
a bit.
Just
And you get a real nice roll here.
Yep. Watch this 9 though.
Yeah, it looks like he's got to kick 2 rails at it, though, to make it because it's aimed a little to the top rail.
Yeah, and then if he wants to throw it,
Mm-hmm.
he needs to chunk it the other way.
Now, the camera could fool us. This may be aimed right at the pocket, really, to be honest with you. But
Mm-hmm.
so he's
I mean,
looking.
In between the balls, I mean, he's got that right amount of distance to get maximum kind of throw effect, right? And it looks like it's lined up to like the left edge of that pocket.
Yeah,
If that's
so
where his cue is.
he cannot go the bottom rail and make it.
Yeah, he's
he
gotta
has
go
to go 2 rails,
2
and he
rails.
has to go hard. If he
Yeah.
goes too soft, it'll throw too much.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So he has to go pretty darn firm here.
Just to get it to throw.
Yeah,
A little bit.
Exactly. Normally, if you're going 1 rail and you needed the same thing firm, you would hit a flat ball, meaning you would jack up and hit down on it a
Oh,
little
okay,
bit.
to get the slide.
And yeah, well, just to get that real solid hit.
Uh-huh.
Now, 2 rails, you got to take your chances with it just top.
Oh,
Yeah, see, it was going to be
close,
too
little
thick. Just yeah, but he had to shoot it. I mean, you know,
Yeah, I know, for sure.
like say he comes behind it and doesn't catch it as full, he won't throw it quite
He
as
won't
much.
throw it. Yeah, that was
so
a chance to make that regardless of that
Exactly.
speed. Yeah.
Now the thing is that I don't know if he knew. Efren would have known that the 6 was coming to the bottom
When
rail
you
and the
played
cue ball
shape
was
for the
coming
cue ball
up.
up. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you played it sticking behind the 7
Yeah.
or something, right?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but he would have known it. I
Yeah.
promise you, he would have known it. So
Yeah, especially off the 2 rails.
yeah, the way the 9 was just kind of banking off the
Mm-hmm.
9, so or the 6 was.
Is he going uber thin?
He might be going for it here.
Banking
It lays pretty nice for a 2-way, maybe like a backdoor safety.
Oh,
Put
yeah.
the cue ball on the right
running
rail.
English, right?
Yeah.
This was a shot that, it's going to come short.
Yeah, but see where if he plays a little better speed, he might have side rail,
Mhm.
you know?
This was, I think, we had Allison Fisher come visit earlier it was last year's Northwest Cup. We hosted it here,
Mhm.
and Allison Fisher was in the booth with Rahana, and she did a little bit of a clinic, and she showed us a shot kind of like that where you know, what she said is, I guess she learned it from Mark Wilson, aim to overbank it with running English,
And it goes 3 in the side.
and it goes it goes 4 and it goes back to where it started, and your cue ball comes around and goes back to
the
where
in
it
rail.
started, right?
Yeah.
And then 9 times out of 10, you're aiming to overbank it, and you're hitting it hard, so you're gonna zing it right into the pocket. But when you
Right.
do overbank it, that kind of natural path lays nice.
Yeah, there's a 3 rails in the side.
And 3 rails on the side also, yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you about that one since he's from the West Coast or resided here a lot. Kim Davenport, I was playing him in the finals of the Reno Sands Pro event of the Sands Regency, which was a pretty legendary event in pool for a while, went a long time. And it was Hill. This was actually not the finals. This was the winter side final. I went back to play him in the final, and he beat me. And he got bad shape, and he had the 8 up on the end rail, and he played it the 3 in the side with the backdoor safety, and he swished the bank and got perfect on the 9. Yeah, it was sick.
Wow.
But speaking of 3 in the side, that's
that
what
was
the cue ball
exactly-
did, right?
Yeah, oof. All right, well, JJ taking a quick break. Now you're all stuck with me. Meanwhile, Cole making multiple balls on the break once again. 7 left remaining. I don't think there's been any rack that Cole's broken that hasn't had more than 2, or at least 2 balls go in so far in this set. Oh, we got to update the score. So 5-2. Cole keeping his 3-rack lead. Daniel trying to claw back, but a couple of little mistakes back and forth. But I guess based on the first set, pressure's on Cole still to try to close out this second set. Ooh, watch the 9 ball. I think he's going to leave a shot. Now, the only thing here is the 5 kind of got tucked up underneath the 9 and 8 ball, so. Bo in the chat saying, hey, when am I and Michael Lubrin matching up? Hey, I'm down. Just ask him. I'm ready whenever he is. I don't mind. We're going to start setting up some more matches here pretty quick. Now, he's a little bit on the wrong side here, but shouldn't be a problem. Really, the hard shot in this rack is getting from 4 to 5, I think. And you might end up a little bit too close going towards a 7, but I think as long as he gets, underneath enough, he should have a shot if the 5 passes. Oof, yeah, barely missed a 7 there. Little tap of the table, acknowledging that he got real close. Now it looks like he's going to do the combination, I think, yeah. Even though Daniel's down, I think in losing, it seems like he's playing with a little bit less pressure just because he won the first set. So sinks that 9 ball in a real quick rack right there. Multi-ball break and a tough shot in the 1. Miss from Cole leaves Daniel an open rack to combo in the early 9. We got Double J coming back in a bit. All right, we're back.
Yeah, scratch on the break. A little thin here, but he's close to it. This is an awkward stroke to try and hold the ball on the good side of the 6. Again, I might roam across between. I don't know if that's there or not. Maybe the camera's fooling us. That angle says he can hold the ball, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be difficult for him to hold the ball
7
on
ball?
it.
No. Actually, I think he's not quite. He's only got the thin cut in the bottom left, I think.
Yeah, well, I don't think it went by the 9 anyways.
Yeah, but it might have been the combination, if anything, right?
Yeah,
I don't
maybe
think
the
I don't think
safety
he
if he
wanted
gets,
to.
like,
Yeah.
roll the 6 forward and go on the 9.
Mhm.
He's got to go here, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he could shave. It depends on how much he has. If he has enough of it to clip it and just move it about a foot and go one round drop on the end rail below the 8. Because the thing is
it
even
thick enough?
if you can, even if you leave the 6 a little, you think he's cutting that ball on the side from there, you know, as long as you play him on the end rail, he's going to have a pretty tough little spot. I'd probably still shoot at it. Because shooting at it with a high ball is pretty natural to go 3 rails around, whether you go for the corner or the side.
And it's there, like you said, and they're pretty natural.
Yeah, I wonder if he got dead straight here. It looks like he has a little angle to go forward.
Yeah, I think
I think he might be like perfect, actually.
It's perfect to go one rail forward even?
Yeah, just be aggressive, go through the ball, get
Mm-hmm.
a nice little 6-8 inch bounce off the rail.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to guide it. It doesn't look like he can put a little more stroke, which is always more comfortable. Just like that.
Into the line.
Yeah, I like the high ball, but don't baby it.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and know you can go all the way to the head string. Yeah, like that.
Mm-hmm. And still keeping that 3-rack lead since the 3-0 mark, basically.
Yeah, Daniel's games have been, a couple quickies, right, kind of thing. Really, and not like a lot of mistakes. Really, Cole just taking really advantage.
Mm-hmm. But you feel like Daniel having won the first set definitely just feels like he's playing with less pressure. He might be making more mistakes, but it seems like they're a little bit more like just careless mistakes. He's kind of just getting up and shooting at the ball, but not feeling the pressure of being down in a match or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, the opening game, I didn't see. You said he missed a tough 2-ball, I think it was, or something like that. And Cole ran out, then he broke a ran.
Mm-hmm.
He made a mistake that got Daniel on the board.
Mm-hmm. Previous rack before this with Daniel in a combination, I think.
Yeah,
Also
combination, right.
Missed a tough 1-ball to give Daniel the eventual 9-ball combo. So
Yeah, he kicked the 7 in. I don't know if you remember when Daniel missed that ball, right, with the ball hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the scratch on the break from Daniel right there in the last. So it hasn't been like...
Oh, 9-ball.
Yep.
Oh, there we
look
go.
at there.
Wowza.
Hasn't been a bunch of open mistakes. It's just been kind of like the way it went so far.
So, early 9 on the snap counts. Oh, that was a quick one. All right.
Yeah.
Means we're almost
The
out of here.
golden break.
Okay. The golden break.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun here, and I'll definitely be back, and I'll bring my wife and
Yeah. When you
never
want
know,
to come back.
maybe a kid, maybe one kid. We kind of started doing that a little bit at times instead of the whole family all the time or whatever.
How old are they?
One's about to be 12 in
Okay.
January. That's the youngster, and then another one's going to be 16 in January,
Nice.
and then 18 and 20. So
Oh, wow. All right. Good mix.
yeah,
Ooh, can get funny.
Watch
You
out.
should come in the summertime.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's when it's
I'd
real
love
nice.
to go to a Mariner game when the Astros are playing. That'd be great. Well, that's going to be a lot closer contest going forward. That's a good Mariner team.
Oh, yeah. After this past
Yeah.
season, holy
Yeah.
smokes. They've made quite the run, right?
Yeah, and they really underachieved
Yeah,
at the beginning
honestly.
of the season. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they had some of the best baseball, I think maybe even the best record in baseball the last few months of the season.
Mm-hmm. To kind of recover, yeah.
Yeah,
makes
so
sense.
I don't know is he coming back on top of the 5-2? This is touchy with the 4 hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you miss your mark a little bit, easy to leave a kiss shot, even if it's a kick or maybe a jump of some sort. So
Yeah, is he brushing off the top and going behind the 9 or what?
yeah, 6 and 9, I think.
Yeah.
But this one can get away. Oh, he played it pretty light.
Ooh, he's going to get the 2 at least. Nice.
He's got to be happy there, I think. But even if, look at the kick shot he's left with the 4 hanging. You know what I'm saying? Like, so anytime you have a ball hanging there,
It's always,
yeah, it's a little,
especially at the higher level, it's going to be,
Yeah.
it's almost going to be a gimme, right?
yeah, well, they're a better chance to make than miss. you know?
Oh, wow.
Didn't-
Almost got it.
And he broke out the 2.
Yeah, so now it's if you assume the 4's going down right now, it's really 5 to 3, 3 to 5. I mean, it's like the tough part of the rack, right? Because
Yeah.
2 ball should be easy to get unless he
but
bumps the 5.
I
with
would
the
want
2.
to play the 2 from underneath. I would want,
underneath, okay.
yeah, because it's hard to get shape on the 2 and make the cue ball escape from up top. He's bumping the 2. Got to be careful with this one.
Oh, okay, but yeah, I think this is good though.
Yeah, maybe a little unlucky. It got kind of where it's at.
The
He's
7.
okay though.
Come underneath the stack.
Yeah, and he made that bump on there look real easy, so that was definitely the shot.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little stretched, and he can't really use rail first like he wants. That gets him a little thin for the 2 in the side.
He almost
so.
gets kind of too close to the.
Yeah, I would consider the combo on the 2-7.
2-7, just
you can
come up
chip the
with-
1 in and come right up, and that's a pretty easy combination.
Mhm. And if it lays nice enough, you can even land on like a stop shot situation in the 2 to get perfect in the 3 up table. Kind of thing.
It's just it's
lays
almost
nice.
like bumping a ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to bump balls. You don't want to shoot combinations. But if it makes sense and it's easy,
Got to take what you get.
Yeah. Now, it looks like he's going to try and come above the 2, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's still trying to move around for the side pocket on the 2 ball. Yeah, I would have worried about
3
coming
ball.
up above myself. And why is that? Because you're going away from your ball, right?
Yeah.
So no position, a little bit of position zone, maybe jacked up over the 3, or I'm way downtown.
Mm-hmm. But it's like you said, the way this 2-7 lines up is pretty nice. And
Yeah,
so you
I know.
can just roll it up.
Yeah, and you don't even have to be perfect on it to feel pretty confident you're going to make it. So, and again, the 2 is after you make it. Look how clear the right side of the table is. So the 2's not going to get tangled up somewhere or
it's
anything
open.
like that. Yeah.
Go and follow. Looks like.
Yeah, maybe a safety.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Is he gonna creep up though by the side? Oh, I think it might have leaked out.
Yeah, it's close. A little bit funny here. You may have to come 1 rail into the 7, kind of cheating the 2 a little bit. I think this got a little awkward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to spin this ball, right, with a lot of left, trying to get by the
Can't
7.
you just check it with some right?
You can come above, but then
come above, yeah,
but
yeah.
then you're having a steep angle.
You have to push it.
Yeah.
He was able to go around. Okay.
Yeah. I was thinking that, or just go ahead and go 1 rail and bump the 7 away, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's pretty natural for that too. I thought he had a lot more angle. That's why I thought maybe he could just come across. All the way.
I think he could have
was
forced it,
full.
but then you're getting above the 3 to
Yeah.
where you can't get to the top rail. You got to, spin your ball or something like that.
This lays pretty straight. Looks like he's drawing.
I think this got funny.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna clear, and then not quite.
Ooh, the 9 got close though. I don't know if he can get on the low side of it, but it got. Nah, I mean, it's gonna be difficult here.
It's almost double bank territory though. If you stiff it, kind of hard, but I don't think it's possible, right?
You could kick 3 rails underneath it on the bottom and try and make it. The 9 coming from underneath.
Okay.
And that's another one you want center ball.
Mm-hmm.
That way you get a real good hit on the object ball. What a
2
hit.
at it. Oh,
What
he's
a
gonna hit it. And his cue ball's gonna be nice. Ties up to 6 a little bit. He'll take it, I think. Not too bad.
Absolutely. He showed some really nice kick shots in the first set for sure as well. And that one was pretty crucial at 7-3.
Mm-hmm. Now this one, you just played a stun and cue ball behind the wall or something?
This is where I don't mind not trying to protect the object ball Just
Yeah.
one rail back to the center of the end rail behind the 6-9, and let the 4 float one rail towards the other head spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Leave in the middle of the table, kind of thing.
yeah, you got to rely on your talent sometimes. You know, it's not all security. This lays easy to just kind of one rail bank the 5 towards the head spot and bring the cue ball right back kind of where it's at now.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Yeah, you get involved with doing a lot of things sometimes, you know. But that's just experience, you know. I used to want to make sure everything was secure everywhere around instead of realizing what I'm capable of, keeping it simple.
Yep.
He's going to try and do the same thing. Yeah, that's okay. See how much control that was? All kinds of good things.
Straightforward, yeah. He could easily have overhit that, and the 4 runs farther, his cue ball runs farther. It's still blocked, you know. It's a
Yeah. Well, and if you think about it, I know this sounds kind of smart alecky maybe.
what? Jeremy Jones smart alecky? No.
No, not too. Well, I'm one of 6 kids, so number 5 as well. So I had a lot of good ones to learn from. But you could take your neighbor and teach him how to do what he just did there.
Wow.
Not the jump, but I'm talking about the safety. That's how easy it was to execute it. So much value in doing that when it's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what a shot.
Nice jump shot, but what is he gonna cross this and come underneath? Oh, he had the line. Okay, I didn't think he can cut that in. This looks like it's okay. It's just
just
pick
natural.
the right line.
Yeah, natural 3 rail.
Just watch the other side pocket.
Yeah, you got to try to get. Oh, he's just coming here. Okay.
Playing for the other side.
Yeah, that's
or
okay.
the corner. Trust your talent and your speed, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so cuts the lead from 4 to 3. Some big racks for Daniel if he wants to pull off the second set.
Well, he had a scratch on the break, but the other breaks were nice. So, I mean, keep the cue ball on the table.
Still a lot of difference in pressure, though, if Cole gets on the hill, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
I mean, yeah.
If you need 4 or 5 racks, when he needs 2, it's a little bit different than when he's on the hill, right? Because then every shot really, really counts, you know?
Yeah, and it's just a mentality kind of thing. Like one pocket's the same. When they need 2, you feel like you really got a chance compared to 1. Yeah, I don't know if he got the snooker here.
Oh, there we go. We got Pastor Junior Sardoncillo in the chat. That's Daniel's dad saying 5 packs.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Shout out to Junior. He's trying to hook us up with getting some Filipino players to come up here to Ox, and maybe we can get some good exhibitions going.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, the Filipino players usually like the West Coast, so.
Easier to travel to and stuff.
Yeah, well, I think there's just a big Filipino community on the West
Oh, we
Coast.
got
I mean,
a
everywhere.
big
Actually, yeah,
community here up
exactly.
in Washington. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they're everywhere as far as the community, and they stick together. Like Houston, one of the first guys to come to America, that was a really good player was Rudy Pasquale, which Parika and Efren, all of them know him real well. He was literally like the first one to come to America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he'd play in Houston. Luat would come to Houston, Bustamante, and you would, 40, 50 guys show up to watch these guys play. And,
Yep.
And so it's just, even more so, out here. LA's a big hot spot for those guys.
Oh, yeah.
You may have to swerve into the side pocket here.
Oh, really?
If
You think the side's in the way?
If he goes past the side,
come up short?
Yeah, one rail here across the one before the side.
Oh, yeah, he had to swing
He
a
needed
little bit.
he needed to curve into that a little, yeah.
Just because he was hitting top, otherwise he could try to shorten it behind and then get 2 rails maybe. But
yeah, and the table makes a difference. Certain tables, newer cloth, you can hit before the side and get
that'll
spread.
arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another one. Bo in the chat saying Filipinos stick together. Shout out to Bo.
Yeah. always had a great time going to the Philippines. I'll tell you, I think I've been there like 7 times, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go once. It sounds like fun.
Oh, I loved it. I mean, usually spent quite a bit of time, 3-4 weeks at a time. So I had the World 9-Ball Championships there, I think 3 times. Back when Matchroom ran it then, 2009 through 11. It may have been 4 years. Okay, got to float a little bit here, unless he's stunning straight down. That should be okay.
Speed looks decent.
Yeah, like ball in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Nice heavy, but, not too much angle, so the control's easy.
And another group I want to go over here is the Coe brothers.
Well, they're in the country right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I don't think we're on their schedule now. They said they got to plan everything out really tight. So I think maybe next trip they make out here sometime next year. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Great guys.
Yeah. Yeah, Junior, I'm down. He's saying you, me, Daniel can go. I'm down. That sounds like a great time. Everybody's telling us when to come to the Philippines now.
Yeah, well, I mean, the pool rooms are, there are more of them, and they're,
I hear
they're
you can
better.
get action of any kind, any type. I hear that one place called, what is it, Sharks or something? They've been doing a lot of online
I haven't been
streaming.
to that one. That one
That looks real
around,
cool.
yeah. I think it was called One Side Billiards, which is still there, I believe. Now here he's trying to get the prime angle on the 4, which is of course necessary. But remember, you can always play from below the 5 when the 6 is so near. So you want to get well, right? But don't stress and end up way short on this ball. Oh, he played twice across.
Oh, he was able to avoid the 7, yeah.
Yeah, nice stroke, and I think he got perfect.
Yeah, actually perfect. Nice little angle to come, just creep into position. It was almost like a drill, just kind of stun.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Nick says, "Let's go, I'll drive."
It might take a while.
Yep.
You don't want to drive over there, though, if you're not used to it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
It can be crazy. Yeah, he's definitely smoothed out the stroke. And that's normally, you and I talked about that earlier, about what do you think people do when they're in the zone?
Yeah.
Well, they just get more comfortable after they play a while. You get more confident. You calm yourself down a lot more, and the stroke usually kind of settles in.
Perfect angle again. Can he just stun up for the 7? Yeah. So wants to get fairly straight. He's ran a little bit far.
Yeah, definitely a missable ball. Anytime you're behind it, it kind of puts that bobble spin on the object ball, a little grabby, right?
And you're kind of close too, right?
So you got to stay clean with the stroke.
Sorry, I'm just watching the chat. Everybody wants you to come with them to the Philippines.
Yeah, I don't know when that'll happen, but maybe. You never know. He's looking at a top English to go around the 9. That's interesting. Usually when you're this close to it, you still don't mind drawing the ball.
Yeah. It's that recovery shot you were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah,
It's kinda
exactly.
just- You
Yeah.
got to be able to deal with these. He hit the other one earlier. Pretty nice.
Yeah, and this one, when you're on top of it, you got to trust what you see, and you don't get quite as good a perspective.
How's his speed?
Not bad.
He'll take it, I think.
That'll do. Now again, this is preference. Some guys want to pull the ball. Some guys just go straight high ball here. I like the straight high ball myself. Solid as a
Nicely
rock.
done. That puts him on the hill, so a big rack there.
Yeah, and again, I mean, he had like one of them that was, you'd say huge favorite to get out, just the way the ball's laid and capable player he is, Cole. But the other ones he had to earn.
That's for sure.
Yeah, like I said, about the nicest chat room I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of compliments up here in the Northwest. I think it's also kind of flew under the radar. Normally you probably pull a pretty big crowd, I would assume, on the online. I mean, I guess we're still growing as a channel, right? So
Yeah.
about 200 something viewers at some point. So that's pretty good.
That's great. I don't really usually pay attention to it. I mean, sometimes the guys say this or say that.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
that,
I mean, it's really not about that. Ultimately, it's about trying to just grow the love of the game and the sport, right?
yeah. Keep firing at them, right? The sport's going to get there, just like the game itself.
Yeah.
All right, he's perfect. I wouldn't come all the way down, probably. I'd just come between the 6 and 9.
Just play the long.
Yeah, because you're almost there after a foot,
Yeah, right there.
and then you're just getting better and better as it goes. So, good thing about this one when you're full is you can kind of put a little more stroke on the ball than what it appears sometimes, and it won't get away from you. Very good.
Now it lays natural for the 5. Probably play it up table,
I would.
and then just
Yeah.
kind of come back for the 6 a bit.
Yeah, however you fall, don't stress. There's only one awkward angle on the 5 where the 6 is at. If you fall underneath, you can play the 6 in the corner. The only awkward one is if you fall kind of straight, but where you're barely going like into that point on the side, something like that. It's the only awkward angle. So you take your chances here.
Ooh, it might get really close.
He's going to work though.
It's gonna bump it. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Ouch. Well, on the hill and breaking, there's still drama.
Yeah, this one's tough to me to shoot this direction. Unless I feel like I'm going to really push the 4 somewhere.
Oh, this ball's frozen. It looks real close to being frozen.
Yeah, they're close.
Could change things, right? Because then you maybe... you
This
probably
is
would
the
still
direction I would go.
Yeah.
Some kind of way. This is the way I would go. I'm not sure exactly how just yet, but
I mean, can you float and just get kind of weird with
I
the
think
7
he
or
can
something?
get past the 7, I think. Make sure you get a rail now. Don't float too much where you hit the 7 solid and you don't get a rail. He went a little further than he wanted, I think.
I think he wants to just land on the rail, basically, right?
Exactly
Leave it
right.
real
But
tough shot, but...
there is the fear of not getting the rail if you're trying to float up there because the 4 didn't get there. The 4 didn't get to the rail. So, all right, Daniel trailed by 3 games at 8-6, or 2 games, excuse me, in the first set.
Ooh, and it came off. That fear.
All right, little top inside.
Now I think he's got the out, really, to close out the second set.
Yeah,
Let's get straight on the 6 ball, and I think everything else is pretty straightforward.
yeah. And I don't know. It looks like he can check the cue ball up with inside English.
We kind of overhit that, in my opinion, if he's going for the side. Just came a little short.
Yeah, but he can hold it with that center ball.
Yeah, he's okay, actually.
He can go with top and side if he wants. Doesn't need to get close to the 7 at all. And really, you know, there was a scratch on the break. Another time where Daniel didn't get a shot after the break. So if you really think about it, if we had the stats as far as like balls pocketed in this set particularly, we just didn't see a lot of Daniel play. Cole played that good of a match.
Exactly. Playing real strong. Because, I mean, especially with the 2 breaking runs back to back, kind of in the beginning, that's what kind of set the pace, I think.
All right, just a little top with a hair of outside, probably. I think he comes across. I think.
Come across, yep.
So if I'm on the fence, like the shot is sitting to where, you know, I'm going to end up naturally on top of the 9, I always go with the hair more aggressive route myself.
Yeah,
hair more speed on the shot.
You can put a little more speed, more confident stroke. Yeah, I like that.
It's kind of like when guys go that, or ladies as well, players, let's say, when they go that extra rail, kind of like that reference, right?
Sends it home. Nicely done.
Yeah, he played great. I mean, they both played well in the first set, but Cole really turned it on this set and impressively won it after losing the first set as well.
Yeah, you definitely felt like he was, you know, just playing with them with the higher amount of pressure, pushing it, but, you know, capitalized when he had the chances and pulled it out. Nicely done.
Yeah, they'd say it in other sports, right? And
yeah, so I think we're done. Yeah, it sounds like they're backing it up. Yep.
Yeah, well, I enjoyed it, Christian. And thanks to everyone involved.
Yeah, it was a good time. Thanks for coming by and doing this in the booth with us. You know,
yeah, you're a pro, by the way.
Really? I don't know about that.
Smooth.
We'll see. Anyway, it's a pleasure having you here. Shout out to everyone in the chat, hanging and sticking with us tonight. It was a great time. And I think we might have to have a rematch sometime in the future, and we welcome to have you back and go Northwest Cup. It's coming up next weekend, so everybody go tune in. Raw Hannah, Jeremy Jones coming up. It's going to be in Portland. Yeah,
and nothing personal, but as of right now, just because I came here first and y'all been so great, I'm wearing the Ox jersey as of right now. We'll see what they do in Legends in Portland.
We'll see. You never know, right?
Yeah, I might have to. It's a 2-day event. Might just have to switch it up a little bit.
I wouldn't mind. You know, if
I'm a fair weather fan, so whoever's winning is who I'm going to pull in.
There we go. Just let me know when you're wearing it. We might be matching. We'll see. All right. Thank you to all, and to all a good night.